Hello everyone, it's Belladova. Today I'll be showing you all of the mods I've found for The Sims 2 that have been released recently from July to September 2025. As always, you'll find a link in the description and pinned comment to a post on my website with all the links to the mods shown in this video. Between Q2's video and now, my channel hit 5,000 subscribers, so I just want to say a really big thank you to you all for your support. I really appreciate it and I'm really pleased to see my little channel grow. The majority of my viewers are still unsubscribed though, so please make sure to subscribe if you like this video and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the next. To be honest, yet another quarter has gone by being largely distracted from The Sims 2. I've still been playing Oblivion Remastered and also some Pete with my partner, which has been fun. I'm almost at the end of my Oblivion playthrough now though. I've pretty much just got the Shivering Isles left to do, so I'm hoping that will keep me entertained just long enough to get through editing this video and actually get around to sharing all the mods and patches I made for Oblivion Remastered and making a mod list before putting it to bed and coming back to The Sims. I really want to get back into rebuilding my Sims 2 downloads folder so I can finally start playing properly again, though I might finish off my Sims 1 projects first so I can slowly be playing that while I work on Project Sims 2 downloads. I have been working on some mods for The Sims 2 as well as an exciting collaboration with Creusa though, so keep an eye out for that. And I've also been diligently checking for new mods and I've found loads, so let me show you everything I've both made and found this time. So the first thing I want to show you is something I was actually asked about off the back of the last episode, and I kind of shared something with you all for since being asked about it. So usually when I start a fresh present view with this, I will put some neighborhood deco. The skylines add some clouds, and somebody asked me what clouds I use because they like them. So I'm going to show you them because I slightly edited them. So usually this is nothing new, I'm sure most of you have seen it 1,000 times, but I just pop down a skyline. I don't have the little arrow on the box in this folder, but yeah, that looks right. Usually when you download this, the little box thing will show you the arrow, so you can make sure you're putting it in the right corner. But then I will put some clouds, and notice how I say clouds because I don't actually like sky boxes. I think the colour of the sky is nice. I don't feel the need to kind of replace it with like a blurry dome personally. So I just like to add some floating clouds, and I have loads of different ones to choose from. There's two that are actually from the Great Sky of the Totalitarianism. I just don't use the sky domes from that, and someone else kind of slowed them down. But the ones I've always liked are by iCad. They have a load of really nice ones that I just tend to pick and choose from, but I actually slowed them down a little bit. So the originals are by iCad, but because Plumbobbled made these slower edits of the Great Sky ones, I was like, oh, so that's a possibility. And then Low Edges kindly told me the value I needed to change to be able to slow down iCads. So I went ahead and did that actually as a replacement. I'm not that good and not sure how to make like a standalone neighborhood deco, so for the moment they are replaces. To be honest, I could probably do them even slower, but yeah, just as they float by, they're slower in the version I have shared this quarter than they are in iCad's originals. So if you like that, you want to grab my version. My favourites are these, not big poofs actually, the mixed poofs. I really like these ones, but different ones choose different neighbourhoods, so I have quite a few to choose from. But let's put the, where were they gone? Mixed poofs down, and just to go straight on top of the skyline, and then they kind of layer like that, so the neighborhood looks better from here, but will also look better from lot view as well. And I actually use a mod that makes this sky appear in the lot as well. Usually the sky looks different whether you're in neighborhood or a lot. The lot sky is very like light and pastel, so I've got a mod that keeps this really nice deep blue color in lot view, so that's a lot more consistent. So yeah, I just wanted to show you that, and now the background of the videos will look better. But another thing you have probably noticed is this is a different neighborhood terrain default replacement, not the one I usually use. This is a Sims 4 kind of inspired, maybe converted one, and it's got the grass color and the roads. So yeah, if you obviously, I'm using the linden trees mostly, but I imagine if you have a very 4:2 game and use the 4:2 tree pack, I imagine this will look amazing together. But I think, to be honest, I think it's a bit too deep green for me. But I'm gonna keep it throughout this video, and let's hop into a lot and you'll be able to see what it looks like in lot view as well. What's this? I'm actually starting with the Pleasants today, not the Goths. The first lot of mods I want to show you, I thought they'd be a better fit for. So we're with the Pleasants to start with today. So here you can see the terrain default in lot view, and what's cool about it is it also comes with default replacement for the paints. So you can see these patches of dirt have all been default replaced in a similar style, you know, for more consistency. So these flowers, so yeah, you don't have to, I don't know how many of this. Oh yeah, that has. Have all of these? Is it every single one? So yeah, you don't have to, you know, make that. Oh, that's kind of nice. Bit kind of purple. Oh, that's nice. I might actually use some of these even without the main paint. So yeah, you really can have full consistency and it all be in Sims 4 style if that's what you like. I think that would make a really coherent result. I really like seeing the 4:2 style, and I use a lot of it myself. There's just a few. Yeah, like literally every single one is default in this pack. I actually thought it was just a few of them, so that is awesome. You're gonna have really just be set to go with this set. So yeah, I do like a lot of 4:2 stuff, but just yeah, I think terrain and trees I prefer a little bit more, like Sims 2 match. Same with the hair, but yeah, I think that is really high quality. And I can really appreciate how it looks. And what's really cool about this is that the road is replaced, and this is just how it looks as soon as you load any lot. There are no road pieces, and I actually didn't know that was a possibility. With my usual one, it's just the Maxis road on a lot, and I have to place down the road pieces, which can be a little bit tedious. But to be honest, I do dislike this strip of grass between the path and the road. So maybe that is a limitation of doing it this way. Maybe you have to keep this gap, and that's why, I don't know, but I actually think it looks kind of cool in this default replacement that it's there. I know it looks very Sims 4 that it is there. I don't know why I think that, but yeah, I think it's really cool that that is just out the box. Of course, you have like the lighting issue, you know, that's always present. I don't know if there is a way to like reduce the difference of that, but that's just a limitation with any. So yeah, you can carry on admiring this for the rest of the video, and let's move on. So if you don't mind, I would actually like to start with showing you everything I've been up to. I've made like 3 mods, well, add-ons and edits, not actually original mods. Can't take full credit this time. So I want to show you them. And firstly, that is an edit of the period hack mod. Maybe some of you have played with it. Maybe some of you were already aware of it and decided it's not for you. It's possible my edits may change your mind. So let me run through them. So the period hack is a very old mod, originated by Smonaf on Mod The Sims, and it seems like really old, but actually, for whatever reason, Smonaf just kind of quietly released an update in the comments section. So, you know, if you just Google Sims 2 period hack and just download, as you usually would on Mod The Sims, you're actually behind there and are missing out on some improvements Smonaf made. But then actually Medusa made some edits as well. She actually improved some, well, I think a lot of these options are new in Smonaf's update. Well, not new, I'm talking still like 2008, mate, but more recently. Medusa made this undead toggle a little bit smarter, so it includes some custom undeads and servos, so nothing weird will happen with those. And also, when Medusa made that, I was like, oh, maybe Medusa knows how to edit something that I would like to do with this mod, before I knew how to do basically anything myself. And I said, well, it's actually a bit annoying that anytime you click on any sim, this period pi menu shows up. So could it be just that it shows up when you click on an active sim? So Medusa kindly did that for me. So my version incorporates all of Medusa's edits that I'm aware of anyway, and Smonaf's most up-to-date version as well. But what I did is some edits on the top of that. So these pop-ups are you get from going on the sim self. Now, usually like Daniel would be able to like click on his daughter and look at a period, or very strange and annoying. So now when we click on themselves, we have the period menu and we can click my period stats. So now I can see when all these lovely ladies are due. So it looks like, Lilith, you are the victim. When aren't you? Yours is due first, so I am going to change the time closer to that. You can also just, you know, force it to start whenever you want, but I'm not going to do that. Let's actually make it 8, and I will whiz along until she starts. And here we go. I've had a pop-up. Liv has started her first period and she has gone running to the bathroom to change her tampon, and she will have a memory. You don't have to have the custom memory, but I do. So she has a memory of starting her very first period. And it will push them to change their sanitary product, which you can change. What's it under? My preference here, you could change it to one of these instead. I kind of wish pad was the default personally, but I don't know how to do that. So she has started. So now when I go my period stats, she's currently on a period and she has 24 hours remaining. That is me. And you might be thinking, oh, you said I might like it if I thought it was too much before. Yeah, well, now it's only once a week instead of every 4 days, so it's a lot less often. So it's just one full day to deal with it per week. So I find that a lot more like, you know, manageable, predictable, and just less intrusive, but also, you know, you experience it. But these 24 hours are not going to be as painful as the, what was it before, like 6, between 6 and 12, something like that. I have significantly reduced the motive decay. So before, the hygiene and comfort needs were shocking. Oh, there we go, Marisu's joining in. So yeah, you know, obviously they are the lowest needs still after some time, compared to Angela here that isn't. You can see that it, you know, does impact comfort and hygiene, but I promise you by now, like it's nearly 5 a.m. and it was 9 p.m. These would be red absolutely on the floor with the original mod. So I've really tuned that and eased it up. So if it was, you know, you were just finding it a bit too intense, then you should find it a lot more easier and more manageable now. It doesn't completely ruin the Sims day, but it does, you know, make you feel for them and add a bit of challenge. Another part of this mod, just in case you weren't, you've never seen it before, is PMS. So you can set this setting by default. It's just a medium setting. I never tend to change those, but there is an option to turn it down if you found them too much. And I don't know if we've seen any of the girls doing that. I think perhaps because autonomy is off, maybe that's why they're not doing it. Yeah, I think because it's actually an interaction still, maybe that's why. But anyway, let's move on. Just so you know, they will just kind of periodically have cramps. Realistically, they'll just kind of Q-stomp and hold the belly in pain like you do when they're about to have a baby, and they will have gas. sometimes, and especially when they're hungry, they will have munchies and try to and just go and snack out of the fridge. So it's pretty cool, and I think it's just very manageable. It just adds that touch of immersion and slight bit of challenge without just taking over everything, in my opinion. So for my next trick, for the next mod, this is one I wanted to show you. I have slightly edited some of Pikiwi's mod, and that is Parenthood and after school activity. So this is a Parenthood prompt. I'm trying to be quick because I think these time out. So Angela needs advice, debate club or paranormal club, which should I choose? Oh, it expired. So it probably just automatically selected the first one there. So I hope you caught that. So Parenthood is inspired by the fourth pack, and while your children and teenagers are at school, there's a chance that a prompt will appear, as you've just seen, prompting you to make the choice. You can do that as a player, but what I like to do is if it's asking the parents, so I try to think what would the parents say, and then that will build who Angela, it was Angela who had the advice. So we can see, thanks for the advice is affected Angela's personality and character values. Also, just note this and I'll come back to it. I'm scared it's going to expire. Lilith is attending the tinkering club after school today, so Lilith will be home late. So it's just Angela getting off the bus. She's brought Dustin, great. But Lilith won't be coming right now because she's got tinkering club. So now when I click on Angela, I have this display option and I can display character value. And now we can see that how we answered that prompt has given us 7 points in emotional control. So the idea there is you as a player or the parents are going to shape their children in their childhood and teenage years. When they get these prompts, depending on how they answer, they're going to learn, you know, things in these categories. And then when they age up to a young adult or an adult, they will get a character value trait. They will have a memory of which one they grow up with. So you know, I believe in the original mod, I think it's actually each time you answer a prompt that could change their personality. It can change their interests and hobbies and things. But with my tuning, I have increased the chance of those pop-ups appearing ever so slightly, I think from 30% to 40%, and reduced the chance of them actually taking advice to 85% instead of 88%. So while Angela did accept their advice, it can kind of backfire and then build another one. So also in my tuning, I actually disable the personality changes because what I like to do is when they do grow up and I see which trait they have, is I then change their personality like this. So say if Angela grows up now, she's done, she's not going to gain any more character values and she gets emotional control, then that means I'm going to make her 1 point nicer and 1 point shyer. I kind of read that as you actually learn to kind of keep to yourself, not have outgoing outbursts, not go on rants, you know, you're just kind of more introspective. Is that how you say it? But that's just my personal rules. You know, you could do it however you like. Obviously dragging them changes their zodiac sign. I don't care about that, but if you wanted, you could just change it back with the sim blender. And you can only drag these if you have full pop testing sheets enabled always on, which I do because of my user startup sheet, which I have a video and a post on. You can download mine if you like. Anyway, God, I feel like there's so much to say. So that about covers the Parenthood portion. My changes are quite subtle there. But while I was kind of tackling Pikiwi's mods, I also edited the Prom and after school activities. So as I read the pop-up said that Lilith has got tinkering and she's already got a tinkering enthusiasm look, so she's going to be home a bit later. So if I just speed along, I think it's 3, she'll come back. Yep, here she comes. She just comes back. She's already lost that tinkering enthusiasm. Okay, I got the prompt. I do have that mod in, but it didn't go off for Dustin for some reason. Actually, no, you can't bring dog home. It's very strange that it didn't fire for Dustin. Anyway, So with the after school activities portion of that mod, there's a chance that your kids and teenagers will stay at school a little bit longer after a school day to attend some sort of club. And I have tweaked the clubs a little bit, so now there's more balance in my opinion across them. Now every single interest can be gained in at least one club, some have multiple, and every hobby will be built in exactly one club. So as you can see, she got the tinkering club. They just kind of randomly selected between the ones that are available, and so she gained tinkering enthusiasm while she was there. There's also a chance they can get detention and a school discussion where they'll actually stay behind to do their homework and therefore not bring any home, but you know, the grade will increase the next day. So yeah, as well as just redesigning the clubs, the names of them and what's built in what, I also made a patch for Bring Home Friend. It's just a text fix, so I'm going to say there is no way that my patch is the reason that we didn't get it for Dustin. I really don't know what happened there, but mine's just a literal text that's shown on the screen compatibility patch, so there's no way that's what caused that. So yeah, if you use that mod and either the after school activities mod plus my add-on or the Parenthood mod, either or both of them, it doesn't matter, you'll want to grab the patch for the school bus Bring Friend Home. Now there's another element to this mod, as I said, prom, so I'm going to make it another day until we get a prom and I'll show you what that's all about. We've got another Parenthood pop-up, so Lilith school calls. Lilith was caught using her phone to look up answers during a quiz today. Lilith got sent to the office, so should she retake the test with no phone? A failed quiz should do it, or have Lilith apologise to the class. I think these guys like to embarrass their poor daughter, so let's have her apologise to the whole class. And she accepted that advice. Angela is in detention today, so she will be home late, and that will decrease her interest in school, whereas there are some other clubs that will increase the interest in school. And Lilith has some conflict resolution and a little bit of empathy and manners, but at the moment it's conflict resolution that is winning. We did get a prompt for Dustin this time, so they can still bring friends after their club, which is cute, but no, he cannot come. Still no prom, but Lilith is attending the sports club this time, which does fitness and sports. And Dustin just came this time without a prom, so I don't know what's going on there. A teacher caught Angela looking at another student's test during class and sent Angela to the office. Well, they say, I'm sure it was a mistake, let Angela retake the test, or Angela should fail the test. I definitely don't think they'd do that, but whilst they're, you know, Angela is calling the girl, I do think they're still strict, so I think they'd have Angela retake the test. And they actually both got a after school club. It seemed really common. Do you know what? Actually, maybe the tuning I've got in my folder at the moment is really high, so I could make sure it happened. One's got arts and crafts, one's got a studies group, so Lilith will actually do her homework there and not bring it home. And here we go, finally, kind of. You get a warning the day before that the prom's going to happen. So tomorrow is a big day. There is a prom at Angela's school. Be prepared to have a wonderful moment of Angela's teen life. So that is a limitation of this mod. Obviously, these girls are twins, exactly the same age, and only one of them is going to have their prom tomorrow. Lilith will get it on another day. Maybe you can read that they're in, you know, different sets, and different sets have different prom days. It is a little bit awkward. I wouldn't know how to change that, unfortunately, but maybe I'll have an investigate one day. But yeah, just for now, bear in mind, even if they're, you know, there are twins, they don't necessarily have the same prom day. But yeah, let's skip forward to tomorrow and see what happens when they actually have a prom. So here we are the next day, they're getting on the bus. And now we get a pop-up. Angela's school prom is today. Today there is a prom at Angela's school. Angela can ask a friend to go together to the prom. Who will Angela ask to go to the prom? You can just click cancel and go by yourself. That's absolutely fine. Or you can invite any other teenager you know to come with you. So obviously Angela's going to ask Dustin, and Dustin says, "Thank you for asking me, Angela. I will wait for you after school and we will go to the prom together." So school would usually finish, but neither of them are here. Lilith got detention, and Angela obviously has got prom. So here we go. It's 3 o'clock. Lilith has come home. Angela is now at her prom. So I'm gonna whiz on to 9 o'clock now, and then she should be home shortly. And then here she is actually in a bus, which is a bit of a shame because with the add-on that Pikiwi has that I am using, they can come home in a limo, but I think that's only if they actually win a prize of some sorts, like best outfit, best couple. They've got a good memory of prom, but no prizes. They weren't the best couple or queen or anything like that. Various things can happen and they get a memory, but it was just kind of a normal prom, so the bus has brought them home. Unfortunately, not a limo, but with that same add-on, Dustin is home with her. So I've gone through all of these mods in Thor, and they're not new, but I feel like I couldn't have explained my new add-ons for them without talking them in full. So my tweak to this part of it, the prom add-ons, is that they'd actually return with crazy low energy. And I mean, yeah, it is really low, but trust me, it would have been like here originally. So yeah, they brought their friend home, but they literally just beeline into bed, won't even like say goodbye, never mind kiss them. So now I set it to about there. It's still, you know, they're ready for bed. It is 10 p.m. I think I did a max motive, so you know the rest of the family aren't quite on board yet, but at least she has, you know, an option. They can have a little smoochy smooch and a proper goodbye before she's absolutely collapsing in her bed. So that now finally covers the patches and add-ons I've made for that set of Kiwis mods, so Parenthood, Prom and After School activities, and the Prom add-ons. So if you like any of those, you can download them individually, all on the same page. I've now gone on, got the Pleasance car to show you the next lot of patches and add-ons I've made, and that is for No Driving Without a License mod. I am not going to go all the way through this mod because we will be here all day. But I'll just try and show you the gist of it and, you know, run you through my changes. So now when I click on a car with any of them, nobody can do anything other than change the owner or sit in the vehicle. But that's easily rectified by just grabbing a driving license out of the catalogue for free. So I'm going to grab 2, and then you can click on the adults and just put that away, and then they will have it in their inventory immediately and then be able to use a car as normal. However, it makes sense that the teenagers can't drive yet. They haven't learned. When you install this mod, by the way, you can like choose that all of the current adults and owners of a car will just get the driving license, so you don't even have to do that bit manually when you first install it. It's just super easy to get around to actually just restoring normal functionality whenever you want, but it just adds a really cool element of gameplay for your teenagers, and that is learning to drive. So now I fully use this mod in my normal gameplay and have had pretty much all of my patches for a really long time, and it's just been like seamless, no issue. But for whatever reason now I am confused why these girls still have no interactions whatsoever. Okay, I actually don't know why that's not showing up on the car, but we can call driving license and book a lesson. And with my add-on, even though it's Sunday, we can still do that. In the original mod, it's, you know, very heavily realism, so hours are very limited and things are shut on Sundays. So yes, Angela would like to book a driving lesson. I wonder if there's one still available for Lilith at another time. So yeah, I have made it so that you can book lessons, tests and exams on a Sunday. You know, your teenagers are busy in the week. Yeah, and Lilith can go for. Fantastic. I really don't know why Mary Sue can't teach them though. Usually you shouldn't need an instructor if you've got... What is happening right now? Why can't you use your car? Oh, there we go, it's back. But yeah, they still can't do anything. Anyway, that's a bit of a mystery to me right now. There's some kind of conflict. But anyway, we've got an instructor coming. So here we go. The instructor has arrived, so Angela can take a test with him. In the meantime, I can have Lilith study her driving theory, because you can optionally have driving theory lessons as well, which optionally you need to pass before you can do your driving test. Okay, and now her instructor's here before, just as Angela is back. So they've got different instructors. So they get a report card, and because that was her first lesson, she has not done very well. There's actually like a debug menu with this one, so if I pull a driving license out, I should be able to shift click and see some things. If I go licensing details, yeah, here we go. Test, she's got 151 progress and she needs at least 600. Whereas Lily, she has a little bit of progress towards, well, not a little bit, quite a lot actually, nearly halfway to be able to at least attempt to do her driving theory exam. That's untouched, really. Did I even do anything to do with the theory exams other than make them bookable on Sunday? Maybe not. But I have made the driving skill experience gain a lot faster because I used to actually have quite a lot of trouble, even with a 14-day teenage lifespan. I used to have quite a lot of trouble actually getting them to a point of passing within that time. You know, they've got family stuff, they've got school, they've got friends, they might have a job. It was a lot. So I have edited it so that each lesson, more so with an instructor than parents as it is by default, will gain them more progress to be able to take in their test, and therefore hopefully should pass sooner. Let me just whiz you through the mod page rather than taking any more time in game. So firstly, the exam centre hours, as I said, you can have a theory exam longer. It used to be 8 till 5, but this gives them an opportunity to do it before and after school and job and be able to go on Sundays as well. But still being more realistic than the optional file in the mod that makes them 24/7. So I think I've come up with a decent middle ground there. So if you agree, you want that. This one is there's a few different files for the skill gain. This one's specifically for lessons with family that for whatever reason I wasn't able to show you, which is really bugging me. I might go and poke around with that now off camera. But yes, they will now get 100 to 150 skill progress per lesson instead of 90 to 120, and therefore be ready to take a test sooner after fewer lessons. And because of this next mod, they will be able to take a test sooner, be like apprehensively ready if they've got 650 skills instead of 700, and confident at 800 instead of 850. So ideally you want to wait until they're feeling confident to send them for a test, otherwise there's a big chance that they won't pass. So yeah, but that just makes them ready sooner. You have to have gained less progress to give it a shot, and they will gain that readiness faster. Again, just the driving test centre not being closed on Sunday. It didn't adjust the hours because they didn't make sense for this one, just because of the, you know, not being able to finish it in time to go to school if you went before, or, you know, it not being in the dark while they're still driving and stuff. So it's still 8 to 5, but at least it can do it on Sundays. I've got a patch for the puppy, kitten and toddler riders mod. If you use that mod, you'll want this compatibility patch. The skill game for instructor lessons, so this is what we have. So they will now get 150 to 200 skill progress per lesson. So what did Angela got? 151. So yeah, that's pretty much the minimum actually now that she could get, instead of 140 to 160. So there's just a bigger chance now that they will get like more skills from it, and again be ready to take the test sooner, so they'll celebrate having a good report card sooner. So that makes sense. And you can book lessons on Sundays, as we've seen. I've got a patch for the more sensible "Can my friend come over too?" So that was just a little text thing, so now you won't miss out on the it saying the friend's name when it pops up. "Can my friend come over too?" That mod added the Sims name, so you knew who they were planning on bringing over. That just restores that with this mod, so they're compatible with each other, and you'll get the best of both, everything that was intended of both. I've adjusted the skill gain on pass, so this is the only file that actually fully replaces the original, the rest are add-ons. So when you actually pass a test, they will actually gain some skill. Before it was 125 points of mechanical skill, I've just made that around 100, so it's one full skill on passing the driving test, and I didn't like that it removed the dance skill. That didn't really connect well in my brain, so I just went away with that. And I also increased the amount of logic skill that's gained on passing the driving theory to 100 instead of just short of that being 90, and just got rid of the 25 points of creativity gain. I thought that was a little bit pointless. So yeah, one skill point is 100 points, and that just adjusts that to what made sense to me. I've got a patch for reading books autonomously, so now even with this mod, visitors can just autonomously read the normal books and the FreeTime books. It doesn't affect the autonomously of the studying, the driving theory, but that, you know, caused a conflict, so you'll want that if you use that. And lastly, I've got a patch for actually Medusa's edit of part of this mod. So Medusa has a bundle of scholarship mods, one of which being adding a new one for having a parent in education, and this also incorporated the new ones that this mod introduced for having passed your theory and or test. So Medusa rolled those into one, as well as the badge scholarships. So I just tweaked the values and the requirements of these, so you get more money for high school grades. I think that's the most important thing, isn't it? Really, going to university is your school grades. I've reduced the skill level thresholds to 7 instead of 8, and you get a bit more money from your core skills but less money from your hidden billiards and dancing skills. And abdictees as it is, I've done less money as a zombie because I never used that, so it was kind of pointless to me. And I increased the amount of having a teen career at level 3 and increase the amount of an orphan. And then these are unchanged from the original mod, but like I said, you'll want this to incorporate everything else, so you can have 250 scholarship if you get your theory exam and 500 if you learn to drive by the time you go into uni. Of course, you can carry on learning in uni if you haven't passed at that point. It's no worries, you can keep hiring instructors there. And I have slightly reduced the amount you get from the custom scholarships in badges. There's just a lot of them, so you know, it proportionally kind of, you have like an allowance of scholarship money. It can't be above like 30,000 or something, so I just toned that down a bit. And also this new Medusa's add-on of parents in education, you can have 500 to scholarship for that, so I just made that make sense for me with the skill thresholds and the actual monetary awards you get for each one. So I hope that makes sense. I know that was a very quick look at the driving license mod. It is very clever, it is very well thought out and complex, but hopefully, you know, you'll find the actual in-game integrating in your gameplay system simple. But as you can see, there's a lot of files by the end of it. So this is a screenshot of my folder with all the options from the original that I use. Look how many are optional, but here's all the ones I recommend. There's a couple that I don't use personally, but this is what you're gonna want if you want it to behave like mine, which I swear usually cause work for being able to learn in. So I might actually have a quick check, see if I can figure out why that was. But yeah, on the original mod page, it does take you through it really well, each sort of component of the mod, and what each of them do, and the kind of roles in them. Didn't even touch on this, see, which I do have risky sneak out and all this, so if you're actually going out properly, then that teen you're going out with needs to know how to drive, but a sneak out could be, you know, an unlicensed situation. But then Pick and Mix does guide you through the installation, tells you which files you definitely need and how to choose between certain files and, you know, which add-ons you actually want. Just read this step by step and install the files that you want, and any of the core files or options that you have and you like the sound of my edit, you'll just want to add those in as well. So I've just had a poke around in the HCDU Plus, also by Pick and Mix, amazing creator, and I completely understand why the options on the car aren't working. It's conflicting with one of the new mods we're going to be looking at, But I will touch on that when we actually get to it and explain that. But I will be contacting the author of the new mod to see if they will be interested in making a patch. And if not, I think I will likely one day, as I said, rebuilding my downloads folder in, 2039 at this point. No, hopefully not. Soon enough, I will probably tackle making a patch myself if it hasn't been done already. But I really hope it is. But yeah, just so you know, in isolation of the driving license mod, do not worry. Your qualified parents will be able to teach their kids how to drive. No problem. They don't always have to hire an instructor. But to be honest, I imagine in these cases, it probably would be the most realistic scenario anyway. The parents don't have a right lot of time for them, to be honest. So it probably worked out. But yeah, fear not. That's it. It is usually an option. And there's nothing wrong with the mod. It's conflicting. Anyway, moving on. That is all my showboating out of the way. For those eagle-eyed people, maybe you've already spotted this interesting new eye default replacement. This is a Maxis Match eye default replacement, so I really wanted to try it out. I've been using the plain and simple set and really liking it, but honestly I've had a couple in mind that I've liked the look of and find it quite hard to choose between, so I thought I would take a look at this one. So if you like that Maxis style and just want them brought up to date, less square, then I think these are a great option. I do think, obviously, as is with the Maxis eyes, the iris is very large, and I do think it is a little bit too large for my taste. A lot of the default replacements tend to make them a lot smaller. But yeah, if you want to actually keep those Maxis vibes, I think that is really nicely done. A nice little update. Daniel, cooperate. Yeah, he looks cute with them, doesn't he? So yeah, that's an interesting option if you want to keep the Maxis style. Now, there's something else I want to look at to do with the eyes, but just while we're on default replacements, I bet it hasn't even felt like the Pleasant House, has it? Come on, girls, you know what you need to do. We need some slapping going on, so that we can take a look at this new star default replacement. Yes, a default replacement for the spinning star effect that makes them much higher quality. How cool is that? That is by Pineapple Forest, and I am thoroughly impressed. Definitely a perfect place in my load order. They will be leaving each other alone again from now on. Let's go back to the eyes, and that is to look at some functional eyelashes. So I think if I gut it up, that's where they will be. I don't think it's an accessory box, if I have read right. So I think now in the accessories of it, yes, we have these eyelashes, which are, I believe, are 3D. All of these different eyelashes. A lot of them are very heavy, to be honest, but that obviously suits Lilith, so let's get her some outrageous ones. Each one are in brown and black. So let's get... which ones are the most biggest and outrageous? Those, maybe? Let's give Lilith those. And then now you can see, perhaps, that they are actually 3D. How cool is that? Let's try one of the more subtle ones. Let's get a clean girl look going on for Angela. It's quite a terrifying face. Those ones, perhaps? They are still quite big, aren't they? They are pretty though. And you do think the brown makes them a lot more subtle. See what we can do with Mary Sue. I kind of think she suits the basically no eyelash look though. I feel like she'd just be a more eyeliner girly maybe. Wow. They look very dramatic on her. Maybe these ones. Yeah, they're very dramatic. I think these aren't for like every sim. Is it Apple Water Sugar's box of 3D eyelashes can be. They're a lot shorter. If you want that false lash look for some of your more like heavily makeup sims. Actually, I quite like these on actually now. I actually really don't think these are too much. I think they're really pretty actually. I actually really like those. I think they would suit a lot of girlies, just maybe not all of them. I think Mary Sue just doesn't really have the eye shape for it. They obviously look fantastic on Lilith with her dramatic makeup anyway. Oh yeah, that's a really good look at him. How cool is that? 3D eyelashes. And with the mod we looked at last time, you can remove, I don't think I have that in, the block eyelashes that come with the eyes, some of the eyes normally. Hey, yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Another set of 3D eyelashes. I'm really loving that there's some really good options for 3D eyelashes now. We don't have to have them painted on anymore. Next we have this little set of mods, or more edited mods, for teens that can get pregnant only at my discretion. So, Lilith is snuggling with Dirk here and they've fallen in love. And they have the option to woohoo. I do not have ACR in this folder. I don't have InTeen. This is just a standalone woohoo teens mod that this crate has edited. So that is Dread Pirates woohoo teens. And to be honest, I'm not really understanding in what way that has been edited. At least like the word has gone back to woohoo instead of mess around. Oh no, at the same time, like that's a separate interaction. They don't seem to have that. I've never used this mod before. I didn't really know it existed. It seems pretty cool actually. But it's edited in some way. And so is Alternate Pregnancy Controller Lite, which I have always used, which introduces the dark but realistic chance of miscarriage. If you know your pregnancy isn't going well, there's a chance it might not make it to term. But what it also does is nothing really on its own, but it makes it so if a teen does get pregnant, you know, by using other mods, there's a few mods that introduce a feature. This mod makes sure that it will successfully actually carry to term, not just kind of be stuck in the pregnancy state is apparently a thing that can happen. So again, I don't actually really know in what way it was edited. But this is an edited version of both of these and is kind of a gameplay system so that yes, your teens can woohoo. But they won't have any chance of getting pregnant from this. Why can she read him to sleep? But the idea here is that if you wanted to, after a woohoo, if you're for storytelling purposes, you can then make her have a baby from it. Like if you wanted to roll a dice or come up with a storyline. So now she is pregnant. I wouldn't have got it from the woohoo, but now she has. But let's... Oh, can we not accelerate? Oh, there we go. So here we go. She's about to give birth. I didn't notice if she had a baby bump. Oh, I got to its eyes. I doubt it. I'm gonna call her Maze for Mazikeen, the demon. So yeah, I think you'd have to have like other kind of default replacements and custom outfits and other mods for like teen pregnancy bumps. I've never done teen pregnancy, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's just kind of the two edited simple mods, so you don't have to have like big mods like ACR and InTeen if you don't want to. It just gives teens the option to woohoo. If you want to make them pregnant with the sim blender, you can, and with the alternate pregnancy controller Lite, the pregnancy will behave properly. So if that's the way that you think you want to do things as well, then that might be right for you. But little baby Mazikeen has now pooped out of existence. That never happened. I've just quit without saving, rolled it all back so we can move on baby free. That means the eyelashes have also disappeared. That wasn't particularly intended. I might pop them back on and we'll move on. Alright, so it's a new day for me now, and I've actually gone and taken out both the driving license mod and the Teen Woohoo mod because they're both conflicting with the new mod that I want to look at. So obviously it's to do with cars, and that's why the driving license conflict, and I think why the Woohoo Teens mod was conflicting was because that affects the Woohoo in the car interaction. So that was actually winning, even though the new car mod was beating no driving license, the Woohoo Teen mod was actually winning this car mod. So now when I click on the car, I've got a lot more options, and a lot of these are new to me, and that is the mod Vehicles Need Gas. So now we have this gas interaction, so we can check the gas gauge. I imagine it starts full when you buy a new car. Although I did just try and go to a community a lot and had to send them back when I realised things weren't working, so maybe that has gone. It is full. Okay. But now there's all these new options, which I was not expecting. Drive around the block, drive to get out of the house. Well, what does that do? I was just about to have all the girls go to a community lot. Oh, what are you doing? Okay, let's try that again. Drive to get out of the house. It's probably indefinite, right? And here she comes back. Okay. Why is that? Okay, it takes a little bit of time after getting out the car to be able to like do the next interaction. It's still at a full tank. Okay, maybe try driving. Oh, let's not queue it. Maybe let's try driving around the block now. You gonna get out? Yeah. Drive around the block. Maybe that'll make it go down. I'm going to shut Lily up because moaning is annoying me. This probably will be too soon too. So we'll have a drive around the block. Will this mean she'll come back on her own, or is that still... Oh yeah, she came back on her own. So now, what's the gas at? Oh, 3/4 tank. Okay, we've used some gas. So, I'm going to do a max motives. And go back to what I was originally planning. And that is to drive to a community lot. And I'm going to bring... Oh, not Daniel. Daniel can stay home. I'm going to bring the girls to 290 Main Street because I've put a load of new stuff there that we're going to be looking at. I guess bringing the girls isn't a very Mary Sue thing to do. She'd probably maybe bring Angela and leave Lilith at home. But we need testers, so let's have all the girls go. Now here we are, rocking up at 290 Main Street. And as you can see, there's a lot going on. We'll get to everything. But first, the car's kind of far away, but we now have a gas pump. Oh, what, is it going to actually be weird that the car's over there? It's obviously designed that, you know, you actually park next to it, but I just kind of lazily plopped it here. But we do have this also option to put gas in a jerry can, which is this thing. But it's only available in the community lot catalogue, but it needs to be in your Sims inventory. So I guess the idea is you make, you know, an owned gas station perhaps and sell these jerry cans, but obviously I wanted to be able to try it out, so I actually went into SimPE and made it purchasable on a residential lot. I don't really see why it can't be. So Mary Sue and Lilith actually both have a jerry can. Angela does not. But usually you wouldn't be able to get one, but you can't actually do anything with this the jerry can you can buy in a community lot other than I guess sell it. But as you can see, Angela doesn't have the option because she doesn't have one in her inventory. So yeah, I do think that needs to be available in the residential catalogue. I'm going to try to fill it from here, but it might look weird. I think the idea is that your car is... Oh my god, she's going to walk all the way up. That's so cool. She just did that. We're just imagining the cord is very long. And there she goes. She took the pump and took it all the way to a car. So yeah, it would look a lot better if you make like a proper car park where they will pull up and have the pumps in between them. And then they put it back. How cool is that? And then you can also put some in the jerry can as well. She's going to pop it in there. So then she's got some spare. I'm not sure why we can still put a quarter tank in the car, even though it should be full now, I'd have thought. There we go, it's back in our inventory. What can we do on the car? Can we maybe check it now? It should be full. I'm going to see how we go enabling free will while we're on here. Oh, they're going to just... I might just make them friends while they're here, because I want them to interact with stuff without slapping each other, and for demonstration purposes they don't need to hate each other anymore. So maybe if they actually just talk now, they'll get rid of the enemy status, and then hopefully they can be trusted to do their own thing. Okay, yeah, it got rid of their enemy status. Yeah, it's a full tank. So yeah, Lilith only has the option. Oh no, yeah. Why can she still put it in a jerry can then if the jerry can's full? I don't know. Well, I think that's a cool concept anyway, and you could make a really cool functional garage with this, and it just... I didn't notice how much it cost. Did anybody notice? I was too busy admiring the custom animation that is. But yeah, it's just another way to make, you know, your Sims lives a bit more challenging, something else to spend money on. Because to be honest, like, once you have a car, it can be a little bit OP, if that makes sense, like over carpools and taxis and walking. So it still gives the, you know, incentive to think about, you know, ongoing funds involved in a car. So that's really cool. So this mod actually comes with a tiny bit of trait support, and all that I'm aware is that the kleptomaniac trait can automatically siphon gas, like steal it, and it's just like an autonomous interaction, but Lilith doesn't seem interested for the moment, but apparently that's a possibility. I still can't see when I did take one that I had to cut. I was like, oh, why can't I use these clothing rags? I still can't use these clothing rags. Why on earth is that? But I put these ones in. I thought, oh, maybe it's because you have to have a changing booth. I thought I'll put these ones in case it's this one specifically, and it is. I don't know why I can't use these clothes things anymore. But we'll use this one. We're going to have all the girls buy an outfit. So I'm going to have Mary Sue buy this one, and as you can see, it's only going to cost 50 simoleons, and that is thanks to txtr mod that reduces the price of clothes. We did look at another mod that reduces the price of clothes not too long ago. Honestly, sometimes Sims 2 mods are like buses. You wait ages for something you never thought possible and then to come at once. But maybe the tuning is slightly different in T's version than what the other mod offers. But either way, on T's page, apparently it's really easy to set your own prices that you like in the beacon, and she's got some instructions on there. So if you have a look at that post, have a look whether you want txtr pricing, and if not, have a look at the instructions on how you can set them to however you like. So actually thinking about it, let's not have the girls buy every day as well. Let's vary it up. Let's have Angela buy formal, and then Lilith can just buy some, no, not with them, some PJs, I guess. So let's have her get some black PJs. And this is going to cost 40 simoleons for a pair of pyjamas. I can't remember what they were before, but it was ridiculous. It was like at least 100 simoleons, if not more. So yeah, that just significantly reduces it. Let's get a nice short one. And the formal wear is still more expensive. I believe it's usually 400 for formal wear, so it's halved it. Maybe everything's half, actually thinking about it. But yeah, significantly cheaper. Oh, And here's the next mod, a default replacement for this exact clothing pile that they have in their hand. So when they buy clothes and go to take it to the till, it's now default replaced, and notice how it's all in a different colour. It's in their favourite colour. So Lilith's is black because she likes black, Angela's is green because she likes green, and Mary Sue's is brown because she likes brown. How cool is that? So that just you know, adds another little detail of personality. I love Epi's colour traits mods if you're like me and like really always basically get clothes in their favourite colour. Oh, we've got some food being dumped here. We'll get to you, eager. So yeah, that's cool. Before we get to the food, I want to look at another mod by txtr though. She has been on a roll, and I'm really excited to look at one of her other mods when we get back with these guys. I'll show you why. But I want to look at the pay to play mod while we're here. So now loads of things now have this new interaction toggle for charging to play. So I haven't set any of these yet, but as you can see they have different defaults. So because this type of arcade machine costs money usually anyway, the default already is on, but pull obviously usually can pay for free, but with this toggle you can turn it on and off. So I'll leave it, yeah, it is on. It shows you what it is currently, and the pinball is currently off. And txtr has also kindly updated so many CC items. Yeah, she's gone through a really vast array of custom content and added this feature to them. So this is the buzzer beat that we've looked at before from Jackie 93 Sims, and this duck game thing, loads of stuff by Jackie 93 as well as several more creators. Honestly, it is a vast range, but if you have something that you think should be covered and hasn't, I think maybe she might be open to requests, so you could always let her know. But anyway, so now let's see, let's have the girls play pool, and this should cost us money. Oh yeah, it's charging Dawn. It's not charging us, look, the other Sims were playing it. But now it is charging our funds. What did you do that for? God. Okay. Let's have Lilith play that one. But then obviously this one is free. So if Angela goes to play that one, that should be still free to play. But we could make it charge whenever we want. Yeah, that one's charging too. There's Lilith playing it there. Is it just initially? Is it per hour or? Yeah, I think it might be per hour or per half hour. This one is going to be charged as well. And so is this one. So obviously this would be great for owned businesses, but is also just a way to add immersion and challenge to just normal community lots as well, which I think is really cool. You can use it in conjunction on own businesses with the ticket machine. It just kind of subsidizes those specific activities a little bit more, so that's great. And as you can see, the townies are still playing pool even though it's costing them money. I wonder how that would interact with Similar Nighty's Townie Funds mod. Maybe they would just be less likely to play, or maybe actually there'd be a conflict there, I'm not sure. But anyway, that is really cool. And now let's look at all of these various food options. So firstly, there's this veggie sandwich stand, which let me go in buy mode. Oh, and with the pay to play mod, it can even affect consoles. So you could put a games console on a community lot and have that charge money. And look at all these custom ones txtr has also covered. That's really cool. But anyway, yeah, this sandwich stand is basically a recolor and small edit of this one by Jackie 93 Sims, but it's meant to look more like vegetarian sandwiches. And now all of the sandwich options has you know, is a vegetarian name, which I love because I'm a vegetarian. But to be honest, in The Sims, I just imagine that all food is vegetarian. There's no actual like farm animals or mechanic or anything like that. So I just imagine that it's all vegetarian replacements. Let's get an avocado sandwich. So yeah, like me and my partner will like always say, oh yeah, we're having a ham sandwich. Yeah, we don't mean a pig, we mean like a vegetarian ham. So that's just the way I kind of view The Sims. That's why I don't, you know, replace all my food with vegetarian options. And she's just bought me an avo sandwich on a cute plate, and it's changed the texture of all the sandwiches so they, you know, they actually look like they're veggie. And yeah, eat that away. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of other options here, so let's go through them. We've got these two from The Sims 1, which is really cool. So this is an espresso cart, but let me show you. The bar and the coffee machine is actually separate, and that is on an OMSP. The bar, unless I have done something wrong here, the bar doesn't do anything. It's just this actual coffee machine, so you could put it in on any counter. There is no barista though. So I actually don't know what would happen if she goes to order a coffee. I'm not sure if there's actually supposed to be a barista here, you know. Yeah, she's just going to be waiting for her. I actually feel like this should have spawned a barista, because Marisu can literally work as the barista. So I kind of feel like it was supposed to spawn. Well, so I'm not sure why it hasn't. But yeah, maybe I did something wrong. It might have been a requirement or something that I was missing to make custom coffee bars work. But anyway, Marisu, you can stop. I do think that is very pretty, and so is this pastry stand, and it's looking pretty sparse because it's literally just comes empty and you have to decorate it yourself. Even though like these will always be the options that are there, it doesn't matter what's on display. So I get why people might want to decorate it themselves, but to me that's a huge pain, and I would rather the cakes just be in there. Also as well, because I have recently become quite conscious of the object limit. I've seen things floating around of people hitting it, and obviously I'm wanting to take on redoing my downloads folder, and what I usually like to do is organize my subfolders, my CC folders, by either creator or the conversion it's from. So like I'll get a lot of 4:2 conversions and 3:2 conversions, and you know, I'll put what pack it's from and organizing it that way. But actually some people seem to say that the object limit is 255 per category. So if that's true, I would really like to know, because that would make me probably rethink that and think it's probably best to organise subfolders by category instead, so I could see if one's getting too big. But some people don't agree with that and think it's an overall limit. So if you actually know anything about the object limit, please do tell me, because that is going to affect how I rebuild my downloads folder for sure. And it's kind of like deflated me a little bit, because I would literally want the majority of the 4:2 object conversions and the majority of the 3:2 object conversions, and plus a load of extra custom stuff. And now I'm thinking, yeah, that can't happen. You'll just hit the object limit if you have that many. I don't know if it's anything to do with the amount of files. Obviously I'd merge files, but I think it is to do with the amount of literal OBJD items, and even big items can have multiple of those, like per tile. But anyway, this whole rant is because obviously this one thing that you would, you know, probably want to have quite heavily decorated, it comes with a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not all of this, but you know, quite a few things we have here are like these separate items, so I would prefer it just to be pre-decorated and not have to place them. And then there's this cake stand as well, which is pretty, and you could use it for other things, so I do get why that would be separate and undecorated. But then to be fair, the plates are actually too. Oh, that one's not. There's a specific order to this. I think this is just meant to fit the beignets. I just don't think the eclairs are actually meant to fit on that, that's all. So you could have a nice pretty stack of beignets. That does look very nice. and you could use it for other things, I'm sure. So that's cool that comes with it and is empty. But in terms of this display, it's got quite a lot of slots all at the back here, all inside here, and all under here. I kind of wish it was just pre-decorated because I can't be bothered, and I don't like having too many things like that in my catalogue. But then, you know, I suppose you could sell these plates separately in your bakery and stuff, which I do. I do have a lot of like decorative food, which are like functional in terms of buying them for food points. But anyway, yeah, you know, there's just some steps. So let's have Mary Sue buy some classic beignets from here. And then she can eat them. Oh, there's a fork meal apparently. So yeah, these two lovely conversions are by Jackie93 Sims, and so is this cart, which again is empty but comes with a load of stuff to put on it. So I just put a couple of things, but you could do a lot more. But there's loads of different custom things you could get from here. So let's get some Madeleines. I haven't heard of most of those, to be honest. But yeah, just lots of nice patisserie options, and this cake stand is actually pre-decorated, which I think came with this, but it also has another empty one. I don't know if there was anything specific that you can put on it, or that's just a bonus thing, but yeah, that would look great in bakeries, and you could put all sorts on there, so that's really nice as well. And these pastries come in a box, so as you can see, the townies have been helping themselves to them. Well, I mean, they're charging, you know, they're not free. But yeah, you can also see them eating burgers and hot dogs, but I got rid of the grill, and that is thanks to these hamburger and hot dog carts. So these are originally by Exnem, and then is it Zena Dewdrop changed them to Simless, which I love. I hate having English text largely in my game, but they used to come with a custom burger and a custom hot dog. So recently Sims has made them just serve the normal Maxis hamburger and hot dog, because why not? What's the point of having a custom? She's got the coffee jitters. What's the point in having a custom hot dog and burger when they already exist? These are free, so these are very much meant to replace the grill completely. I always thought it was a little bit weird that grills were on community lots whatsoever, but when you think about the limitations of the base game, there was no vending machines, there is no lovely carts like this in the game, so it was just a way of providing a food source, but this is a lot more of an immersive free food source. I actually jumped to that just from noticing people carrying around hamburgers and hot dogs. But going back to Jackie93 Sims items, we have this ice cream machine and a coffee machine. So you can use these to get all kinds of coffee options. That's really quite impressive how many options there are there. Let's have Lilith get a mocha, and then while we're at it, Angela can get an ice cream. That's just one option there, just buy ice cream. And Lily has got her mocha that she's going to drink. So they're called vending machines. Let's see, I've not been paying attention to how much these things are costing. But something, yeah, 10 simoleons for an ice cream. I'm not sure if maybe the colours are randomised. Oh my god, she's eating it with her hand. I think she might be holding it in the wrong hand. Because that's a pizza eating animation, and I've seen other like custom ice creams use that animation, but usually the ice cream is in the hand doing the stuff. I don't know, but still cool. It's a nice way to have ice cream. There's also a mod for buffet tables that I wanted to look at. I've actually installed this mod. Oh my god, I've actually forgot to install the mod. Right, well, we'll come back later we'll just move on for now. I think that is all of the food stands and everything I wanted to look at. I'm just going to actually have Mary Sue buy some groceries while we're here. But first, she can now browse groceries thanks to the mod that the browsing interaction is enabled. So now we looked at it with the magazine racks, I think it was last time. So Mary Sue is browsing groceries, and that can just be a way to keep her busy for a little bit. He seems out the way. If you want to do that, I don't think it's indefinite, is it? Is it? Okay, I'm just going to stop that. Just buy a few groceries. And then I think we should be able to head home. Oh, I didn't think we'd be able to look at that until we get home. But yeah, of course, actually, we can look at it now. And that is this default replacement for the grocery bag. Well, it was a basket, which was actually a little bit weird. I mean, obviously, it makes sense at this point. But it was a bit strange that they used to literally bring the basket home and put an entire basket in the fridge. So now it's this cute bag, which I think is nice. You've got some bread and some tulips and some milk and some vegetables. That's cool. But then I do like how the stuff in the basket is literally like what you see on the chopping boards when they're cooking Maxis food. So but yeah, that is a nice default replacement, so I just wanted to show you that. And then we can go home. So we're back, and because I don't have the community time project, they are returning at their time they left, which usually wouldn't do at all for my game. But here's where we're going to look at Redux new mod that I'm really excited for, and that is Go Out for Tea. So now, maybe you noticed earlier, when you click on his name, you now have this Go Out option. I didn't check the time they returned, and I did change the time, didn't I? I'm going to say that they were there for 3 hours. It was longer, but that's mostly me faffing around, and I think by the time I reset the time, that's about the time it was. But the idea is actually, you should probably check the time it is when they're leaving community lots for the best effect. But I'm just an idiot, and this isn't, you know, ingrained into me yet. So now, yes, you have this option to go out a specific amount of hours, up to 12 hours, or just indefinitely until you cancel the interaction. So let's just have them all go out for 3 hours. Oh, I didn't need to do it on each of them. I'm just going to start that again because they got like stuck by the car and I sent them all separately when they can just go together. So let me start again. They've actually got out of the car properly and are clear of it. So I'll just do it on Mary Sue. Bring the girls with her. Or not. Why can't Lily come? Is she already out or something? What are you doing? Try again. About 3 hours. No, why can't she bring Lilith? So they're gonna go at least. Angela will be back. So she's off the lot. And Mary Sue's following shortly. And I guess I'll try and send Lilith on her own then. Yeah, she could bring Daniel, but we don't want to because she just went. Right, so then Mary Sue's shortly followed, so they're not going to be back at the exact same time, but pretty much. And then Lilith left a bit later on her own. I'm not sure why she couldn't be invited, but that does highlight a benefit of this mod, right? The kind of main driving point behind this mod, and that is with Community Time Project. Once anyone in the household has gone out, nobody else can, and that's a bummer. So now if you wanted to, you know what? I could actually send Daniel there and show you the buffet mod. But anyway, now, yes, Daniel could literally go drive to a community lot while they're out. So you don't have to wait for people to come back anymore. Everyone can be independent on their own schedules. This is fantastic for playing custom careers. So if you have, you know, a place of work that you then send your Sims to before they actually need to set off for work in their own car or get in the carpool, come back at the exact same time so they can still actually go to work as they normally would, but you've already played out the day. That's great for that. But then when they're just going to a community lot, you can still use this mod to not have to play that same amount of time, and it keeps them away and all their needs will be frozen while they're there. I think it's got some proper logic around pregnancy and everything like that, so it's really smart. But yeah, this is groundbreaking really, and community time has always felt like a must-have for me, but now it's not. I think I would use this mod instead, especially because I do like the idea of trying out like active schools and careers next time I play a neighborhood. So this is just the perfect balance. I'm really pleased with this. But of course, notice how they actually went in the car and they've had to walk off the lot. That is a bit of a limitation. And I believe T just avoided that because of inevitable conflicts, like the driving license, for example. I'm pretty sure T also uses the driving license mod. Obviously not in a medieval hood, I'm sure. But yeah, I think that's why, and also because there was an old mod by Squinge that she recommends that I had no idea existed, which added a interaction much like these to go cruising, which is just an indefinite interaction where they'd get in the car and be off the lot. So she recommends if you want to use the car to use that instead. But I don't know if she's completely ruled out actually incorporating cars in as part of this go out for tea, but at the moment it's just walking. But it seems like the Vehicles Need Gas has introduced a very similar concept, and the mod page actually does not talk about these at all. So I think maybe they last a different amount of time. So I might actually save it here, put the buffet table mod in, and have Daniel go to that community lot by himself, look at the buffet mod, come right back. These girls will still be away, and we can try using one of these again to work out whether this could be the alternative for going out in a car. But obviously, if I'd done that with the girls, then Daniel wouldn't be able to take the car anywhere. But that's realistic, to be honest. So I would really like this functionality for cars. But if that just needs to be a different mod, whether it's Squinges or now this cool one with the gas, then, you know, so be it. It's a cool idea. So yeah, I think I'll do that. Alright, so it's a new day for me again. It takes me quite a long time to get through making these videos, but since my last recording, I've had a little chat with the creators of Go Out for Tea and the gas mod, so Tea Addict and Sicknoy. So firstly, I found out that the reason Mary Sue wasn't able to bring Lilith to go out with her is because their relationship had dropped. While they were at the community lot, you might have noticed them like poking and shoving each other. So their relationship has dropped below 0. It's really not good. And the go out, bring other Sims menu has a check for having at least a short-term relationship of 0, which these guys weren't meeting, and I do think is a bit too much of a limitation, because sometimes Sims that don't like each other go out together. You know, you might have like a uni class all going somewhere together, and maybe some of them don't get on, or there's families like this one that don't get along, but they go and put a united front face on in public, like I really can see this family doing. And also, say if you've got a couple living together and they go out and actually fall out on the community a lot, like one of them gets caught cheating there, then they wouldn't be able to then go out together. So I mean, it wasn't a huge problem that, you know, Lilith just went a couple minutes later. It's not much of a biggie. I don't have the pop-ups anymore. Are they going to come back now? I've quit. No, so I'm not sure what time they're coming back now. I think it was like 7 something. But anyway, Tea Addict is going to look into that, perhaps just remove it or tweak it, or maybe it just needs like a have met check instead of any kind of relationship restriction. So that's been passed on, and it sounds like, you know, Tea Addict is still working on her mod, and so is Sicknoy. They have more plans for the gas mod, more improvements, additions. So I actually experimented with these new interactions off camera, and then spoke to Sicknoy about them. So I found out that these new options, drive around the block, go sightseeing, and drive to get out of the house, are part of an old mod by the 9th wave called like more take a spin options, and these are actually, from what I can tell, are exact copies of this take a spin action with no difference other than the name. So they all last 2 hours, they're all just for one sim, and the needs are affected in all of them, I think, equally. So obviously it would be really cool to see a new interaction on the car that would enable multiple sims to go out together. If, you know, if it can't be different ones for a different amount of time, just have it be indefinite until you cancel it, and they can go together and have the needs frozen to simulate a group of Sims having gone out to a community lot in a car, that time away, keeping the car and them off the lot. That would be great. And it sounds like actually both txtr and Signoi are looking into that. I don't think Signoi is planning on keeping these. I think there's going to be some better alternatives to this, and they're also both looking into the compatibility with the driving license mod and perhaps some others. Like there's some other car related mods like Mel's Car Globals and the alarm changes in part of the more dangerous burglar mods. I think it was last time, was it, that we looked at the page by Heathen Simmer that attempted a 3-way patch between driving license, Mel's Car Globals and the more dangerous burglars, but I couldn't actually get that to work in my game. Probably my mistake, but it should show its potential, and it would be great if this gas mod could have a similar, compatibility option. But it sounds like some great improvements are in the works, so it's really exciting. Mostly I wanted to pass on, my thanks to Signoi for making such a cool concept. I'm really looking forward to this being a permanent part of my downloads. I just need to work out the compatibility situation, and I did pass on the little quirks, like still being able to fill the tank and the can, we noticed, even after it was already full. So I expect to see updates to make this great mod even greater. So was that ramble out of the way? I guess we can still send Daniel to a community lot just to test out that buffet, and he should still be less time than the girls are out for right now because it should be a flying visit. We could go in the car, even though technically this car shouldn't be here. It's in use during this time, but I guess we could try. I mean, what's the point? I'm gonna say we could try to use one of these instead to simulate his time away. If he is about 2 hours, and his needs will be affected, but we're cheating anyway. But I think let's just have him walk, and then you'll see obviously that they go out. Makes a lot more sense when they did walk in the first place. So, and obviously this is a cool thing, isn't it? He can still go somewhere even though these girls are away, which is not possible with the community time. So let's have Daniel pay a flying visit to the community lot now that I've actually put that buffet mod in my downloads folder. We can just take a quick look at those with Daniel. So we're here, and during the loading screen I did get to pop-up errors to do with the buffet table, but I just think it's because, it's changing how an already placed buffet table works. I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. So this mod is a improved version of Sajon's commercial buffets mod. It's kind of taking that a step further. So now it's actually pre-served, and there's options to allow what can be taken. So I think when it's in this allow menu, it means it is allowed. Like, it's not to make it allowed, it's telling you that it is already allowed. So if I then click one of these, it disappears because it is now disallowed, so nobody can have it. But it doesn't actually require any cleaning up or any serving or anything. You can just toggle what people can get, which is cool. So I think this grabbing a plate will charge him money. Yeah. Oh, 0 simoleons. Why is that? Grab some salad. Oh, that was 10 simoleons. I don't know why the turkey was 0 simoleons. But yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. There's no cost with serving on a community lot, but there's a cost with taking the food. And then Daniel's just going to put that down, and he's got some over here. And now there's a new interaction to automatically clear up all the plates. I think it's only if they're actually fully empty. Maybe let's let him eat it. No, don't wash it up, so put it down, and then we can use this option to clear spent plates, and then poof, it goes away, so nobody has to worry about washing up on a community lot, which is really cool. It has some different logic for residential and owned businesses, so we could have a quick look on residential when he gets home. And also, I couldn't help but notice now these door defaults I was going to show you later, but it's a nice example here. They still have the old shadow because you ideally need to delete and rebuy them once you get the default replacement. But they're really cute, and they're by More Popcorn, and we're going to be having a look at a lot more default, like build defaults, door defaults and things by them later, but I couldn't help but notice it here and thought I'd mention. But let's have Daniel go home and then we will move on shortly. So he's home, and I think it was about 8:30ish when he left. So let's use the go out menu to send him out for 2 hours by himself, obviously. He's going to be back, yeah, at nearly 9, and I think that is about actually when it was. And now the girls are arriving home. Well, Mary Sue and Angela, because they went together, but Lily should be just behind them. Here we go, Lilith's home. She came that way. Quite believable of Lilith, isn't it, to have gone avoiding a family. Let me get a buffet table here and we'll have a look at it. So firstly, you can now just serve individual plates rather than having to serve the whole table, but you still can. So let's say that we're just doing salad actually today. So you can just serve the salad, and now you can obviously serve more food. You can clean it up and it'll tell you how many's left and clean them up individually rather than it all at once. You don't have to clear the whole table. You can just clean it whichever one you want. But also now you can actually put it away as a leftover. And mini fridges, I think it's just one at a time. Oh, are you really going in there? I thought you'd put it in the mini fridge because it's closer. Maybe I didn't download that right. Okay, now you can't. Okay, let's try a different one. What? Okay, well, you're supposed to be able to put leftovers away in a mini fridge as a valid option, not just a big fridge, but maybe I didn't install that part right. So it's probably my bad. 2 have just like disappeared out of her hand, so there's 7 left. But yeah, that's just a small part of it, and I'm sure it's just a case of downloading the correct thing. But yeah, I think it is just a huge improvement both on residential and community. It works a lot more realistic in both and gives you a lot more flexibility. So that's nice to see. And Daniel is now home again. I do kind of wish the pop-up always remained so I could see how long. A cool thing about the version of Community Time I had anyway was that the message box actually counted down. Like, we'll be home in however many hours and minutes, and it would be a countdown timer. That was really handy. I think most people like pop-ups gone as soon as they appear, but I thought they were handy. But it is no biggie. Obviously, you can really trust this mod that it works well and they will come home when they're supposed to. Now, there is just one more thing I believe I wanted to use this family for before we go and spend some time with somebody else. So simply because he's a sporty guy, I just wanted to take a look at this soccer mod with Daniel. We've got another mod that, to be honest, is trying to do a similar thing to some other mods do in yet a different way. There's quite a few ways of tackling this, but this one sounds good. So it does 2 things. Firstly, it removes the restriction of having too low a fund need to be able to play soccer. So usually he's absolutely miserable, and if you get him to play soccer, he'll be like, no, I'm way too much in a bad mood, but now he's gonna play. And also it tunes his needs a lot more. So as we can see, his hygiene is going down quite quickly, but his energy isn't gonna absolutely tank like it does stupidly in the vanilla game. So what are we saying? That he started 9:30. Let's just triple speed and keep an eye on his needs. So it's been definitely over 2 hours and his needs are still really healthy. He could go a lot longer, whereas actually I think 2 hours was about the limit in the vanilla game. Otherwise the energy would just be on the floor. Honestly, I think this might be a little too generous to have been at it for, God, how many hours is that now? Like 6 hours. I think you probably should be a little bit more tired and uncomfortable than that, if I'm being honest, but it's a lot less annoying than it was before. And notice that his fun need is now full, but he's not stopped. He's not refusing because he's got too much fun, which is ridiculous. I hate that. I usually use a mod just to fix that behavior in general called Sidejaw's More Fun. I don't have it in this folder, but if you might not want it for everything, but that's specifically X Soccer, and just because his hygiene is completely empty, he's still going. But yeah, he's been at it ridiculously a long time now, from 9 a.m. till dusk. So I do think that's quite enough, Daniel, and we'll see the Pleasants again another time, and let's go see another household. Oh, and just to clarify, you can have either one of those features or the combined mod. You don't have to have them both. So you could just have the fun element or just have the needs element or both. So that's pretty cool. We're with the goths now. We'd get there sooner or later. And the first thing I want to look at is this whole Tombstone default replacement. Again, a very Sims 4 kind of more cartoony style. So if that's the style of your game, then you might want this. To be honest, I mean, I wouldn't think it would look strange without like a heavily 42 game. I think it's nice, very unique. And what's cool about it is it actually also default replaces the cheat objects if you want them to. So I always have both prop testing cheats enabled true. You can check out my guide on user startups if you want to know how to do that. But if I shift click and do, where is it, spawn Tombstone of Life and Death, that also looks different, and same with Rodney's Death Crater. So now you can, you know, have these consistent, which is unique. Most other Tombstone default replacements don't cover those, so that's nice for consistency. Okay, so Alex is going to be the star of our show for a little bit, and the first thing I want to look at is this custom Llama Scout system. So as far as I know, this isn't really anything super functional. It's just kind of a physical way of representing like a system, kind of a bit of make-believe, but it's still really cool. So you get this custom empty bulletin board, and let's go put it in his room. And then the idea here is that we have these badges, and as you can see, they all have a requirement. I mean, it's not a true requirement, but it's the idea behind it. So we've got one for building a campfire, roasting marshmallows, bug catching, making friends, planting and harvesting, throwing a successful troop party. Wow, it sounds like you'll want my children come throw parties mod for that then. And serving food or fixing something for others, mentoring another sim to increase the skill. Oh wow, that would be tough. Win a game of chess and a gold badge in sewing, pottery, or paint a masterpiece. Oh wow, you'll want the other mods we're about to look at then in that case for that too. And create at least 2 handmade items. Prepare a group meal or serve snacks at least 3 times, and earn a silver badge in robotics or toy making. And then there's these certificates as well that you can get when you've got 3 different things, and that's like the levels of them. And the mod actually comes with a tracking spreadsheet template you can use. However, it's in an Excel format, and when I tried to upload it to Google Sheets, I only got the first page. So here it is in mine, but yeah, I only have the Llama Scouts little llamas page. I don't have Trail Trotters, Meadow Watchers, or Grand Llamas. Just didn't seem to copy over for me. But the idea is that you can put all the sims you have at each level, and then once they hit these milestones, you will tick it for them. So Snack Stasher, Mini Maker, and Critter Spotter. So if he were to advance ranks, there's no actual slots on this. You kind of need to use, you know, you might want to turn snapping off for proper placement with these. A Mini Maker. Oh, they're color coded anyway. Look, it's all move objects on and then make it higher. And also this one, so he's got the 3 red first level badges, and then I think that would mean you'd be able to get this one once the other 3 things are done. So the hobby enthusiasm, bronze talent badge, and a skill level, and then you'd be able to get that certificate. So Obviously, just as it is, it's not actually done any of those things, but I hope a lot of you can imagine a really cool gameplay system you could have. You could have literally a scout club where they actually do these things, and this is a way of tracking and representing their progress. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I could really see myself using something like this if I had a neighborhood with enough children in it and, you know, a dedicated scoutmaster. I think it's a really great idea. So I think maybe they're supposed to go, is it each level go horizontal perhaps? I think that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, like that. I think and then they would all fit on, wouldn't they? So you just gather your badges like that. You do the other requirements per level to unlock these really, really cute certificates. Oh, I love it. And the tracking spreadsheet would come in really handy. Just I might let the creator know that it'd be good to have a proper Google Sheets version that you could just click a link to and copy out the box, because the Excel conversion didn't get me the tabs, just the first one. But I love that idea. I think it's a really, really great idea. So while of course teens could also be in the Scouts as well, in the vanilla game children would not even be able to start progressing on this one and a gold badge in sewing, pottery or paint a masterpiece. You know, they'd only be able to start painting. But there's a new mod that allows children to use the sewing table. There is actually an older mod that was new to me that I found that adds a smaller pottery wheel that children can use, so that's cool to have as well. Check out Creuse's video on kids mods for that and some other cool mods I helped to find. But this one is new, shared by Kaylee83, but I think actually by Veggie. So now, yes, Alex can sew. He doesn't have to be a teenager to start being able to sew. And there we go. The animation doesn't look too bad. So there we go. Why wait until teenhood to start sewing? And you can sew as a child. Not recommended to use for travelling purposes. And there we go. Alex created his very first pot holder. So I think that would get in progress towards this one. Create at least 2 handmade items, so we'd only need to make something else to actually deserve to unlock the mini maker scouting system. How cool is that? Oh, I've just found that actually someone has already reported the issue with the spreadsheet of the little Llama Scouts. So in the comment section, there is a Google Sheets version of it that all looks correct with the correct formatting and the right tabs. So all I did was click that link, and all you need to do is make a copy. This goes for any sheet you save. I do see requests of people trying to edit my aspiration calculator. You need to make a copy in your own drive, so I'm just going to put it in my Sims 2 folder and make a copy, and then that is now mine to edit. I can delete that, and then that is ready as a template for me to fill in for my actual gameplay. You can see all the requirements for the 4 levels of the Llama Scouts. Honestly, I think this Grand Llamas is probably more for like a leader, a scout, what they call scoutmaster. The person that hosts the club, the adult, is kind of the vibe I get of this level otherwise. And they will be very talented teenagers if they manage to do it in time, but I guess maybe if you've got a long lifespan you could do it. But still, I think this is awesome. So I'm gonna not go into detail about the whole mod again because we've already looked at it, but there's been some significant updates to the simple laundry mod I wanted to take a quick look at. So firstly, what's really exciting is that some of the washing machines can actually go under kitchen counters now, and being from the UK, that's the most common place for washing machines to go. So now a lot of them actually slot under the counters, not all of them. This one doesn't. I think this one's actually by Platinum Aspiration though, it's not part of the original set. And that's too tall, that's more meant for a laundromat obviously. But yeah, I think all of the rest of them, which is fantastic to see. So let's pop, I think actually just a washing machine, because again that's most realistic being British. To be fair, actually, I have a 2-in-1, so it's one machine, but it does have drying functionality. But I only use that on towels because I believe that drying clothes makes them wear faster, you know, it makes them bobbly and stuff. And then what's also new are these indoor drying racks, which is, like I said last time, the main way I get my clothes dry. So it was a huge shame not to see those, but now they are here. So we've got some nice options. Oh, that's fancy. Is this? Oh, no, that's an outside one, I think. So let's grab, I like this one saying. And another huge feature is that children can now do the washing. So I can send Alex to wash clothes. Now, even though I'm not really actively modding and playing The Sims 2 at the moment, this mod has been on my mind a lot because I love it, but also it's just a bit too simple and easy. I just think it's absolutely beautiful, extremely well made, so high quality. But I just wish it was a little bit more complex, more precise, more mathematical. I wish there was a specific amount of laundry. I really, really do. I wish basically how Sun and Moon's mod is kind of worked out, plus with Gummy and Medusa's dresser add-on, where it just makes the laundry a specific physical thing. So you've got a reason to go to a laundromat. There's a specific amount, that it's based on Sims hygiene, and it goes into the hamper. Like, you know, the ones in the hamper and on the floor are kind of one and the same, not separate. I just wish it was a bit more precise like that. And I wonder if one day, if I felt up to it, maybe I could look at it. But I really hope someone beats me to it. So if anyone, there's a mod out there that feels the same, wants this absolutely beautiful mod, but to have it a little bit more challenging, complex, precise. I'd really love to see like a more complex version. But anyway, let's have Alex wash clothes. See, why can he wash clothes? There's no dirty laundry anywhere. There's no hamper even. No one's had any time to get changed or anything like that. But he's just going to poof some laundry out of thin air, which I'm not a fan of. So if the children don't have button animations, but the spinning animation has been improved, and I was gobsmacked last time at how good it was, and now it's even better, if you can believe it. But yeah, it looks really great. Sounds great. It's not deafening. You can see that it's on. There's no lights on this one, but I think on some of the others there is maybe. So we'll wait for that to do, and we'll have Alex put it on one of the new indoor dryers. It's done, got a nice beep, and it stops precisely. And now Alex can dry the clothes, and since it's the only option in the house, he's gonna take it to the indoor area. Clothes horse, drying rack, whatever you call it. And pop them on like that. And I believe there's also these subsets change the colour of the laundry on it, so that's cool. Obviously you only need to set it once, it's not for the specific batch, but you just can't see it as you're choosing it for the first time. But once you've selected this, it'll always look like this now. So that's just fantastic. I just wanted to draw your attention to those really great updates. Next, let's spend some time with Mortimer. So the first thing I want to look at is this improvement of this microscope. I've had this in a game before. It's quite an old one. I think it's possible that the download link's actually lost, at least in its original place. I managed to add science enthusiasm myself, but now Hidden Simmer has done that, plus a few other things. However, I don't think it's quite right because nobody can interact with it now. So the mod page says that once a sim gets so much scientist enthusiasm, the interaction will change to say studied specimens, but it seems like there just isn't one available before that point. So if I keep dragging it up, there we go. Once they get to 6 science enthusiasm, they can study specimens, but that's not supposed to be the requirement. That's just supposed to be what it changes to. So that's a little bit of an issue. So I will let the creator know. But still, it's great to see this mod kind of back out in the open with some improvements, a proper shared version that will actually gain science enthusiasm. And apparently, Sciencey Sims may actually now use this item autonomously, which would be cool to see. But I'll just have him do this a while. But I think if I stop, we should see the hobby enthusiasm symbol. There we go. Yeah, so he has gained hobby enthusiasm doing that. Not enough for a full new point, but still, yeah, I think that's going to be great. I'll just let Heath and Summer know that nobody can use it unless they've got 6 science enthusiasm, which I don't think is supposed to be the case. But otherwise, it's cool to see. Well, Mortimer kind of gives science guy vibes, but his real hobby is nature, so I'm getting a little gardening self thing to look at a mod to do with that. To be honest, I do kind of feel like this gardening thing looks very out of place on this Sims 4 terrain, but I do think there is a default replacement, not specifically Sims 4 style, but just makes it a little soil lump that would look much better than this and blend in with this terrain a lot better. It kind of makes you notice how like weirdly kind of photoreal that looks. Maybe do I have a default replacement for this or in? I don't think so. Anyway, I'm just gonna have him plant many tomatoes. Now, I'm not sure which interactions it affects. It may just be the tends, but we're looking at the faster gardening and other improvements mod. So it may well be that this seed planting is faster, but I do think it might be just tending possibly. And also I believe it will be fun as well for Lee Sims with the garden hobby. Maybe tending. Oh yeah, look, he's having a good time. That's good. Oh. Cheating. Then it's thriving. Infested with bugs. Maybe spraying is faster. I think I probably just need to wait for them to grow weeds to look at the tending and the watering and things. I could try watering them all. I think all the animations are a lot faster, even with no talent badge, and even more so with a talent badge. So in the vanilla game, speed does increase with talent badge, but yeah, with this, even having no talent badge is faster, just even more with the badges. I guess we don't need this many, so I might compost one of them because there's some changes to the compost bin. You can do it? What? I don't know what's happening. Why can't you compost it? Okay. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it went eventually. Oh, it just took a bit of time. I thought they actually carried them over. Is that part of the mod? But now... Oh god, I've composted like most of them. Got them. Now, when you click on it, you can actually see some information. So we've got 3 plants in there composting and 27 space, but none are ready yet. So yeah, that one's gone as well, and that was the 3rd one it was counting. Okay, it's the next day now, and we do have some weeds. Just 1 to tend. So he started at 5 past. He's going to tend this plant. And then it took about 10 minutes. Yeah, it takes a lot less time, and he needs to suffer a lot less. We've got 1 ready. What happened to the other one? Does some just not work out sometimes? Composted 3 things, didn't we? But now you can actually sell your compost, which is a cool idea. If you've got like a surplus, it's one profitable way to get rid of it. So that's pretty cool. Let me look at the mod page for the other things that this mod does. So, the kind of purpose of this mod explains gardening is fun, but it requires too much time and effort, and there's no time to make friends or earn skills, and it's less profitable than fishing, so it's quite underpowered. Care can be lessened by some investments, but the main issue is time needed to tend and harvest. Also, do you know that tending can be hastened by cancelling the interaction, making it go by as quickly as if the tender had a gold badge? Apartment landlords will gladly tend to any orchid trees and even garden plots. I did get a mod that stopped that at one point because I think it makes sense that landlords will tend, you know, decorative stuff, but obviously if someone's trying to grow something, then your landlord shouldn't really step in there. But I think that's probably included in this mod. So the solution is simple: speed up most animations for gardening, making them go faster the higher the badge level is. The customizable speed, along with other bundled independent modules, will help make gardening more to your liking. So the animation is sped up, so this sim's got work at 9, so the carpool's going to come at 8, and it's currently 2 minutes to 8. So obviously they've got all these plants that need tending, surely they don't have time to sort it out before work. But yet he has a gold badge, so he was able to tend them all and still make it into the carpool with 20 minutes to spare. Raking is also sped up depending on cleaning speed, so the higher the cleaning skill is, the faster it will be, and the skill gain from it will be faster too. Sims will tend plants autonomously. Bigger coverage for some lamps, and as we looked at, the sell and check compost. And you can even create, oh wow, that's so cool. So this has integration with the gardening overhaul mod, and you can use your own compost bin to make them into bags and then store them for later use. That's awesome. I don't have the garden overhaul in, and I do think there's some extra steps to get it working with this mod, but it has been thought of, and it sounds like they'd integrate really well together ultimately. I'm not sure what this is showing. How much you want a bag? So yeah, the planting wasn't sped up. It's tend, harvest, water and spray are all faster. Okay, so the base amount is 100% faster than Maxis, and then it gets this much faster per gardening badge level, I think. You can't do the exploit of cancelling to speed up the interaction because you shouldn't need to anymore. So with no badge, it'll be as fast as having a silver badge in the base game, so that's really cool. And at gold, they'll just need as little as 3 sim minutes to tend a plot, which is really fast. I mean, to be honest, if the idea is, you know, you're a good gardener, so you're keeping on top of your garden, you're taking care, how long does it really take to pull out some weeds, you know? Tending can be performed autonomously by close by sims. Tending is considered a fun activity, and its likelihood is enhanced by both the nature enthusiasm and the gardening talent badge. Oh, so there's actually an option to make the interactions restore less fun. I don't garden much in this game, to be honest, so maybe it actually gained a bit too much fun realistically, except for harvesting. I think it would be really cool if it was less fun unless it was the one true hobby, or they had the green thumb trait or something. You can make the badge gain a little bit slower, so the gardening badge is slightly slower to earn early on, except for the spray interaction, which yields more badge points overall. So yeah, that seems like a really good overall mod to improve gardening. It's all in the one file you need. So I've just got them all. I didn't think too much about it, but you know, you don't have to have all these extra features. You can just pick and choose which ones you want and don't want, which is really nice. But I think it's a really great package. I'd love to see this interaction with the gardening overhaul mod. I guess let me get another one ready. I know what we can do for the last little experiment with this. We'll make another one ready to harvest. We'll harvest one. Sure, it's just this one. So 918. And he's got no badge still. Still got ghosts on a lot from the night before. Yeah, it's still taking a while. No, not bad though. So, what, 15-20 minutes? There's still some to harvest. Is that usual? Why do I know nothing about this game? He's got them, but they still seem available to be harvested. Anyway, let me now give him a gold talent badge and we'll see how much faster it is. Now he's got his gold badge, so let's harvest this one. 9:39. Let's see how much faster it is. Yeah, looks faster. He looks like less indecisive as he's doing it. Wow. Okay, and 9:50, so basically 10 minutes with a gold talent badge. Cool. And I think this is the amount you want to sell. and it jumps up in intervals of 9. So I think doing this will sell 1 bag. Yeah, we only had 1. That's why. But you don't have to sell them all. So you can just increase that in multiples of 9 for how many bags you want to sell. Cool. Oh, and now that one's disappeared. There seems to be a bit of a delay. I'm not sure if that's this mod or how it always is, but we're like composting and harvesting. It seems to like take quite a while to update. So I guess this one's going to disappear eventually. Yeah. Is that usually that delayed, or is that part of this mod? I don't know. I also don't like how he didn't actually go and put them in the bin. He just looked at them, and then after like several minutes it disappeared into the bin. I'm not sure if this is this mod. It didn't say so. I don't know, maybe someone who knows more about gardening can tell me. But anyway, moving on, I thought while we were making a nice garden scene, I mean, all the nice tomatoes are gone now, but I thought it would be nice to look at this Butterfly Effects OMSP. So now you can place that, you can make it invisible. And then that will mean that butterflies will spawn in that spot, so you can make really cute garden scenes. And there's also one for fireflies. I imagine they'll just show at night, will they? Yeah. So now if we make it nighttime, the butterflies will disappear and the fireflies will come out. But they are just decorative. You can't catch these ones, I believe. So yeah, they're just decorative. They're not ones that you can catch that, you know, just spawn naturally. But still, it'll be a really nice way to make some really pretty scenes. Also by Gummy, obviously it's just turned to autumn, so we could make some leaf piles. But why, you know, why wait? Why do it yourself? With the mod Buyable leaf piles. So now. Oh, it is still, you still have to make them into piles yourself. But you can buy them, just, you know, if you want to make a nice fall scene or like set up some autumn or Halloween activities and you just want to make sure you've got the leaves to do it with. You know, maybe you've got like a little fair going on, festival, whatever. You might want like a little place where people can play in the leaves, so you might just want to buy them. So yeah, I think that's cool. And I got them out of here in the flower section, but there's another version that puts them in the decorative plants section instead. You can choose which one you want. And thinking about it, maybe I'd maybe have them in there and just make it so they're available on community lots, because I feel like that's where I can imagine ever wanting to buy them to set up some kind of autumn festival or something. So yeah, if you want the option to buy leaf piles, there you go. Finally, you have no idea how long I've just had to speed through to be able to show you this next mod, and for that we needed some flowers to be dead. And these flowers always seem to die on me, but of course when you want them to die they seem indestructible. These tomatoes I gave up a very long time ago. Alex is a teenager now. But finally we have some. So I wanted to show you this replant flowers mod. So now when you click on dead flowers, ones that are completely dead, you now can have the option to replant them. So do you remember Medusa's mod based on my idea for the cat toy, the replaceable cat toy? So you can click on the cat toy to bin the old one and buy a new one. Well, that is just like this for flowers. Nothing to do with me this time, just the author's brilliant idea. So now we don't need to compost it and then go in the catalogue and buy a new one. Mortimer can just buy a new one right there on the spot. But see, he's actually going to take those to the compost bin. Why wasn't he taking the tomato plants to the compost bin? But I just love this idea. Okay, you can stop doing that. Of being able to replant flowers. I think that's so handy. I'm a lot more likely to keep on top of these now with that mod. Love it. And there's a separate version and some instructions on how to make it work with custom flowers. I don't use a lot of custom flowers, but there are some with the spooky store set. I actually think I have the store set in this. Or perhaps not. Or maybe I actually decided I didn't want them because I like black and white, and I don't know if I'd use those. But anyway, there is like one set of custom flowers that I really like called Sim Lilies or something. So it'd be really cool to have them replant, but there are instructions on the mod page for custom flowers. So yeah, that is really handy. So we're back in time now, but obviously we were talking about how Mortimer loves gardening. So what if he actually wants to get a full-time career in it? I've gone and got the pack of NPC jobs. To be honest, I'm just realising what a shame it is that they aren't in part-time teenage elder versions. But no worries, let's just give him a full-time job in it. So now he is a gardener, and let's just set the owl so the carpool will come for him. So now he's gotten changed into an outfit, and that is Lamar's more ages for some NPC uniforms. So obviously the actual NPC gardeners are adults, but now obviously if you have those custom careers or any other way, you know, an older sim might be a gardener or any other kind of thing where there wouldn't be the age of the NPC, then they don't have an outfit because the gardener outfit is just for adults. To be honest, I don't think it'd look bad if it was just enabled for elders rather than it having to be like a specific elder mesh. But what Lamar has done is chosen some ones that are actually available for the other age groups that kind of make sense, and then apply those to whatever uses it. So you don't have to have these careers, it's nothing specific to do with it, but just in any scenario where you may have an NPC of not the usual age or a sim for whatever reason wearing the same outfits that those NPCs would wear, like with these careers, Lamar has just actually given them some sort of outfit, so he wouldn't just be going to garden in his bow tie. He's actually got some sort of appropriate outfit, which is really cool. So do you remember that last time we saw Cassandra and Alex horribly die by bee attack? Well, Heathen Simmer has made a trait smog that can complement that if you want to. I don't have the deadly bee attacks in, but I'm gonna have them all hunt for bugs. And oh, wow, that was quick. So Mortimer doesn't have any traits. Cassandra is absent-minded and Alex is unlucky. And with this mod, unlucky and absent-minded sims have a higher chance of being attacked by bees than normal sims. Oh, it got Mortimer. You know, the chances for ordinary sims is still the same. There Alex goes again. So yeah, I mean it's quite hard to demonstrate because I feel like it's, you know, happened a lot to say what the chances are. 10% with the traits and 5% without, but I mean we've just had 3 bee attacks. There Mortimer goes again. So I don't know how Cassandra's being so lucky. But yeah, if you just want a bit of variety on who's likely to get attacked by bees or not when you have the traits project, then you'll probably want that. And of course, if you did use it in conjunction with the deadly bee attacks mod, which it is compatible with, then those sims will have a higher chance of dying. Future Me is just chiming in here with 2 more mods I found. And we've got this default replacement for the UI sounds. This also comes with 2 options for the burglar sound effect from Project Zomboid, or a track from Half-Life, was it? Well, as we found out the hard way last time, I had to mute those tracks and wasn't able to show you properly, so I'm not going to show those, but I think we can get away with the clicking noises. Are you ready? How weird is that? I don't, yeah. It's inspired by like The Sims. That sounds like a rotating noise to me. That's kind of satisfying. I don't mind the cue and cancel noises, but to me, The Sims 2 interaction noises are the best. I really don't like how the UI sounds in Sims 4, so I'd prefer to keep it default, but if it's for you, then now you know where they're nice. And we've also got a edit of Sim Wardrobe's checkbook with support for colour traits. So if I give Mortimer the red colour trait, and let's say we're going to send Dina some money, and we're going to send her 100, then send it to her. Now his pen will be red that he uses instead of the default. So if I take it out now and do another one, the default for the pen is blue. Apparently I was expecting it to be white, but oh well, it's blue. And to be honest, I also just kind of wanted to check this mod out, check out the check mod, because I never used it before, but I'm starting to see it might have a use alongside Monique's hack computer. So yeah, I just wanted to give it a whirl, and now it's cool that it supports color traits for the paint color.
Oh, Nibre. Steep flow. Steep flow, Shubi.
So Don's just left Cassandra at the altar, so they all hate him now. He ran away, but I've teleported him back and got us a cow plant. So I'm gonna wait for the cake to come out. Okay, here we go. Now we have a new influence interaction to grab cow plant's cake. So let's see if Cassandra can influence Don to his demise. Yep, he's gonna do it. He's like, oh, okay then. Sure, I'll have some cake. And there we go. No more Dawn. Oh, she thinks that is hilarious. Her little trick works. And there we go. No more Dawn. And Cassandra's just been frightened by all her relatives. Let's make it morning and get rid of them. So I've got a skunk to come by. Mortimer's is about to try to pet the skunk. And it worked. No spraying. Mortimer has the animal lover trait, and with this mod, animal lovers have a higher chance of successfully petting a skunk, whereas unlucky Sims, Alex, have a lower chance. So of course a lot of Sims would likely get sprayed anyway. But wow, Alex did it as well. No way. Yeah, he got lucky, but yeah, there we go. I wonder if Mortimer will get away with it again. Yeah, Mortimer can do it again. Skunks are so cute. So yeah, animal lovers have a 60% chance of not getting sprayed. So yeah, more than likely they won't. Lucky Sims have a slightly higher chance than normal, 15%. Unlucky Sims and loser Sims, okay, have a lower chance. Wow. So Alex only had a 3% of a successful pet, and he did it once. And the normal chance is 10%. So that's great variety. I'd love to see this integrated with the new traits pack, the catch or the flippity flop. So like people who dislike animals would have a very low chance. But yeah, I love that variety. I'm not going to go through this because it's a bit of a faff, and obviously the evidence is weak. It's kind of just like take, my word for it, the author's word for it. When it's like chance based, obviously it's quite hard to witness that yes, the chance is higher, But as well as part of this mod with the skunk chances, animal lovers also have a lower STR and LTR check for being able to adopt a wolf. And also animal lovers can more easily become pack and master with wolves, which is cool. And also animal lovers are included when the game decides to send wolves to your lot. Pretty plain enough for children are counted when deciding the odds of a wolf to show up. Kind of wish that was just taken out, because that doesn't make any sense. That's got a cool discovery of weird Maxis code there, but I kind of wish that was just removed. So yeah, if you feel like your houses with children get wolves all the time, then that's why. You can't use it with Sergeant's fewer wolves, which I usually use, so all the like wolves that aren't the leader of the pack just don't spawn, because I just find them really annoying, to be honest. They just don't really serve a purpose other than wrecking your garden, and it's another like way of adopting a dog, but there's other stray dogs, so yeah. But you know, maybe if this check was smarter, I'd like it more. You know, if it checked for knowledge sims and supernatural enthusiasts and dog people, that would be cool. Oh, I got an idea. Now that I know that that exists, thank you very much, Heathen Simmer. I might make a mod that does things a little bit differently and makes it so that only sims with certain criteria, like the wolves will only come under certain criteria. Maybe, yeah, knowledge sims, dog people, and supernatural fans, perhaps, because I don't like them, but yeah, maybe I could think of a compromise way of like seeing in my game sometimes just less. But yeah, that's really cool. I just think more traits could be added. I'd really like to see dog person added into these two. I'm gonna say that Mortimer, being an animal lover, gave the house a better shot at becoming werewolf. So I wanted to look at this correlated werewolves with sharp teeth. Now, we looked at correlated werewolves kind of edit before, and again, I've got this weirdness with Mortimer's hair. I really don't think it's supposed to look like that. It looks very strange, but obviously now you can see that their fur is the same colour as their skin. But this one is supposed to have an edit where the teeth are sharper. And I'm not seeing that part, to be honest. The teeth just look normal to me. Is it? Are they different? I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Are they? I might. I don't think so, right? That's what they're supposed to look like. I don't think that's worked. Yeah, it just says make sure you have both files, and I do. But I swear they're just the normal teeth. So I'm not sure why that's not worked for me. Yeah, look. 600 teeth. They just look normal. I don't know, but that's the idea if you want to give it a go. I think maybe if I use this mod, maybe Mortimer's hair wouldn't look so weird. But another werewolf mod I wanted to look at is werewolves walk like Bigfoot. Oh, there we go. Now when werewolves walk around, their walk style will be stomping, fearsome, like Bigfoot, which is really fitting of them actually. I like that idea. Not that I really like the idea of werewolves in this game, to be honest. But yeah, I think that's cool. I don't think it's all the time. Let me search the morning and see if they still do it. Okay, transforming back. Do you still walk like that? No. They just walk normally when they're not in werewolf form, which is great. I like that. I think that's a really good idea. I made them vampires this time to take a look at the mod Rebalance vampire motives. So now, even though it's daytime, they will be comfortable no matter the hour, as long as they are inside and out of the sun. Their motive drain won't be too bad. Why is Mortimer so much worse? Just because it's old? Maybe. And also, with this mod, if it's raining or snowing, they can actually go out. So yeah, it looks like this steam effect went away. Kind of like the calculation was made that it's not sunlight. To be honest, I'm not keen on this because I feel like my interpretation and other people's is that it's daylight. They can't go out in not sunlight. But I do think it was probably unreasonably annoying to cope with your vampires inside during the day, so that just levels that out a little bit more, makes it more reasonable. I've given Cassandra and Mortimer gold robot making talent badges, and they've just finished creating servos, so we can look at this default replacement Are you ready for the most terrifying thing you've ever seen? Let's make this one female and this one male, so they're like clones of the creators. Yeah, that's fine. How creepy but awesome are they? I don't know how to feel about this. I love it, but also kind of hate it. Oh, it's so eerie, but with the way that they behave, I kind of feel like this is how they should be. Like, the server model is very cartoony, isn't it? And for that, it's iconic, and I've never really wanted to use default replacements that like make them look like they do in The Sims 4, which is also cartoony, just like in a different way. I do think they look like objectively better in The Sims 4, but it's kind of, they're just more iconic in The Sims 2, I guess. So I've always kept the base skin for like nostalgia, really. But I recently like actually played with servos for the first time, and I was kind of surprised at how it's like, wow, they are just like normal Sims, really. I kind of always thought they were just kind of like butlers. They'd just be in the background to serve and you can forget about it. But no, they're like actual Sims in your household with their own, they want to live their own lives, make their own relationships, achieve their own goals. So for that, I kind of like how they look more like Sims, but you just have that, like, you know, no life needs kind of cold vibe. Let me know what you think. I feel like this is such a Marmite replacement, but either way, I think it's awesome. I honestly might keep this, guys. I don't know. I think it works. I think it kind of feels like the way they behave more than these, like, clunky, you know. But then I suppose all the like smaller robots are kind of cartoony in a way, aren't they? I don't know, but they're like people and they are people-y. Harrowing, but awesome. I love it. Look at those dead eyes. Oh, look at the little logos on the back. Oh my god. The little creepy like see-through apron. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love it and hate it so much. Well, our last mod I want to look at with the Goths. It's time for Mortimer to say goodbye to us. Let me get these creeps out of the way. To admire this hula zombie default replacement. To be honest, until I heard someone use this hula zombie, I didn't know these were supposed to be zombies. They just look like normal Sims, kind of Bella Goth clones. This default replacement actually makes them look like zombies. I'm surprised this has never been done before. I absolutely consider that a must-have. So now if you also want your hula zombies to look like actual zombies, you'll want that mod. So this is what the Urnstone looks like with that Tombstone default replacement. I believe it does affect Tombstones as well. I mean Urnstones, Urns. And then that is what the gravestone looks like. The platinum aspiration gravestone looks like with this default replacement. So I'll quit without saving, so maybe we'll see Mortimer walking around. But let's go torment another family now. We're with the Brokes now. Let me know who your favourite family is to see in these videos. So the first thing we're going to look at with Brandy, obviously she doesn't have a job and, you know, they're struggling financially, but she has a toddler to look after, you know, probably realistically doesn't really have the funds to hire like a nanny and things. But now there is this new career. It's not much of a career at all. So I can give it her with the Sim Blender, and it is a government support career. So now she has this career, which is government support. And as you can see, it's just 1 day a week for an hour, which is, I guess, is the idea that you're just going to collect your payment. So this is effectively 350 simoleons a week, which isn't very much, to be fair. I don't know about you, but I have always had the, what's it called? the welfare mod in my game where, you know, you get a table that you can put on a community lot, and then your Sims can go to that community lot and sign up, and then that's a whole system, and they have to get they can get skills to get the amount of money. I wonder if this is a similar idea. It does seem to have some requirements here, so we'll check that in a minute. But I've always thought that welfare mod was a bit too OP. The payments were always a bit too high, and I think it's daily payments. So I've always had it in my game, but since I played Veronaville last, you know, they're wealthy families, so nobody ever went on it. But I feel like if I was actually going to use it, I'd need to tinker with it a bit and really nerf it and lower the amount of money Sims get from it. But now I'm thinking maybe that's just not necessary at all, you know, literally a whole thing that, you know, you have to go to community a lot for and generate an NPC for. This probably does the trick. There are some flavors of money amounts you can choose. I think this was actually the lowest. I think they can go up to like 600, but was the default one. And it's really easy to change pay in SimPE. It's just in a beacon. So yeah, all levels are actually the same. So I'm actually quite surprised to see any requirements at all. I do think this could be used as a template, you know, if you wanted to have levels where you can get more money for increasing your skills. But then honestly, is that really realistic? A better thing to do might be to just remove the requirements, but then obviously Sims will get promoted a lot to nothing. So that's probably why the levels are in place, so they're not just getting promoted every time they go. But you'd probably want to use a job stopinator, I imagine, if you just wanted for them to not get memories of promotions when it's not a true promotion. That's probably the best way to do it. So let's set it to Wednesday then. So we'll, oh yeah, obviously she can't. Right, she missed the carpool again, but finally she's off. So yeah, the taxi picks her up, which I think is very realistic. I like that. She doesn't get changed, there's no uniform, obviously, so she's just going to be gone for an hour. The taxi's bringing her back. And there we go, she's collected her weekly 350 simoleons check. Now, what I'd probably do to set the pay is probably base it off my rebalanced salary for the slacker career and make sure it's less than that at level 1. So, at level 1 with my mod, they get 192 a day. It's 5 times a week. Originally, it's 126. So that's actually 980 a week, even at level 1 of the slacker career with mine anyway, and with the original it would be 630. So I think probably setting it to, I'd probably go for like 500, 600 a week to make it fair and livable. That's probably about right. And yeah, probably just ignore the requirements and just use a job stopinator, so there's no junk memories of promotions that don't do anything. But yeah, I actually think that's a cool concept, and it actually makes me think, what's the point in the social welfare mod? I'll have to think about that. Let me know what you think. Now, let's say Brandy has been on government support for a while now, and she's worked on herself, she's gained a lot of skills. Let's just max all the skills, right? I'm not sure why we're not getting a paper, but I want to look at the more higher levels available. So she's got 4 friends and max skills. So now, if she finds a job, we should see some higher levels. She doesn't have a degree, but I don't think the mod has anything to do with that. We've got the NPC careers, so I bet they're going to fill up the whole jobs panel. Oh, Zena, for God's sake. Oh my god, why is it always the NPC jobs that clutter up the whole thing if you've got them? Literally everyone is them. Oh, this is ridiculous. There is a mod that lets you like restrict certain careers from being available in this, so you'd probably want that for the NPC careers and this government support. You probably don't want to actually for them to come up when you're looking to find a job. The more jobs you just put them in. I mean, I guess it's realistic that the NPC careers do show up when you're looking, but they just completely take over the whole job selection. And I mean, I guess it's realistic, but still it's annoying. Let me go and perhaps take those NPC careers out of my game now. We don't really need them anymore. Right, I've actually installed the mod we're trying to look at, got rid of the NPC jobs, and as my game was restarting, I had a look at the mod page and realised I was misunderstanding anyway. The whole point is that the higher level ones are available in the newspaper as well, not just the computer. So I've gone and waited till the next day, so we've actually got a newspaper now, and I've again maxed Brandy's skills and made her friends with Nina and Dina. So here we go. Now we can see that we can get level 5 in oceanography, level 5 in medicine, and level 4 in slacker, which I'm going to take. So yeah, to be honest, I think it's realistic that the newspaper is only entry level. I never really use the newspaper for job searching anyway, because my families tend to have a computer, but what I can imagine this would be really good for is medieval hoods or like an off the grid type thing. So if computers aren't common, but you want your Sims to be able to get jobs that they are qualified for, then you'll probably want this mod. And it's also merged with a fix by Lena to fix something to do with the pet jobs from Lena's mini fixes, and we're going to be looking at some of Lena's new mini fixes later. So Brandy doesn't actually work today, but I want her to, so we're going to get a nanny and set it to Wednesday and have her go to work. Okay, here's what I wanted to show you. So I gave Dustin and Brandy both the kleptomaniac trait, and with this mod there's a chance that, like Bigfoot, Sims will actually steal something from work and bring it home. So Dustin says, Dustin managed to swap a cool item from the office when no one was looking. A little bit strange that there's a child's cooking thing in criminal career, but yet maybe one of his criminal colleagues stole that and he was just looking out for Bo stealing him a birthday present. It also fixes the behavior that this is usually exclusive to Bigfoot. Wow, those trees look so pretty. Anyway, yeah, apparently that's like 100% of the time when it shouldn't be. So yeah, it fixes that Bigfoot steals something 100% of the time. It's, you know, not supposed to be as much of that. And now with the optional flavour, if your sim has the kleptomaniac trait, then they'll have the same chance of doing that, which I think is awesome. So yeah, Dustin has stolen this from work. How cool is that? Now, I mean, Brandy is now an overqualified boss lady, but you know, usually money is tight for brokes, isn't it? And they just have this bath and no shower. So money is a bit tight to get a standalone shower. The options for 2-in-1 combos are very limited, but now with Epi's TubShower Enabler like OMSP, so you can get it and then you can put a shower on it. But obviously you can have that be invisible, and then if you put the shower there over the bath, they will be able to use the shower and the bathtub, no problem. So they do just walk through the bath, so it's not perfect, but it can really, you know, come in handy for where, you know, you have some nice showers that look like this. You can make some nice, more flexible combos, and just not have that restriction. It's great for saving space, and you know, you could make some nice looking things with this. I mean, this is more like what my, you know, actual shower looks like a normal bathtub with the shower fitting on the wall, and then just a shower screen in front of it. You know, it's not like a whole unit with, you know, curtain around it and things. So I hate shower curtains. So yeah, I think that gives you more flexibility. I have had some really nice shower screens before. I'm not sure where they came from, but yeah, I love that option for more flexibility. So I've put Beau in the crib, but everyone's motives are maxed. He still hasn't learned to walk, so he usually wouldn't be able to, you know, get out himself. But because I have given him the athletic trait with this mod, he can actually get out of the crib himself despite not having learned to walk yet. This mod also does a couple more things with the athletic trait. Let's have a look. So it also affects the exercise bike. Athletic Sims will use the exercise bike autonomously if the needs are okay. As per the original code, this one, they will have better motive drain and learn bodies quicker. So that's incorporated. Athletic Sims will lose less hygiene and energy from playing basketball and gain more fun. They'll gain the body skill faster. Athletic Sims or Sims into the fitness hobby can play basketball autonomously. Clumsy Sims have a high chance of falling if their body skill is 5 or less during yoga. Athletic Sims will never fall. Athletic Sims are also able to do yoga regardless of their body skill level, and they will do yoga autonomously if their needs aren't shot. Athletic children learn body skill faster on the playground. We've looked at the toddler thing. Also checks for the fun, motive and active personality. So yeah, that's how I kind of convinced him to get out of the crib by lowering his fun motive, and active personality helps too. Another mod's incorporated, what, a television placement mod, what? Oh, to hopefully allow Sims to work out using the television easier. That's good. I always had trouble, like it always seemed to be like something was in the way when it didn't seem to like it would be, so that's good. This is kind of chaotic, I'm not gonna lie. There's some good stuff in here. Athletic Sims or Sims into the fitness hobby will autonomously exercise on exercise machines. So there's a lot of conflicts, but some things are kind of, included or superseded. So that's a cool little pack. Now I'm going to replace those crib with these new transformer cribs. So this is one Llama's made that's meant to be the same as that one. So you can click, transform. So its default state is actually a toddler bed, but you can make it a crib again. This has actually got the default mapping fix, which usually you need to have another mod in. I'm sorry, I don't always have that in the folder I use for these demos, but yeah, it's very annoying that this crib has a weird texture on the gate part. So yeah, when it's like this, it's a usual crib, but you can transform it into a toddler bed that Beau can then get in and out of by himself. Now I think it would be most realistic if they can only do this once they have learned to walk. I do kind of wish it was an automatic check, but it's enough to have as a gameplay rule. You can get a crib, keep it as a crib, and then when they learn to walk, you can transform it into a bed, and then they can just get in and out themselves however they want. They'll always do the getting out animation, but it's it's not restricted. And there's a few options for this, so that's like the base game one. There's also FreeTime style one. Oh, that bedding bottom looks different though. There's the half a crib, which I really like, someone made. This Hemnes one, and is this Anna's? Yeah, Anna's. So there's some quite nice options here. So you can just toggle them being a crib or a bed, and then you don't have to rebuy things. And this one's now just kind of slave to the normal bedding, which I guess is fair enough. So yeah, when it's a crib, the toddler can't get in it. When it's bed, the toddler also can't get in it. Oops. Don't know if that one's working as it's supposed to. Let's try the half, because I really like using this one. Transform. Yeah, go to bed. I don't know why that wasn't working on the FreeTime one. But yeah, I really like that idea. And like some of the older toddler beds out there, there's no error when they get in and out. It works smoothly as it should. And it's nothing to do with him needing the athletic trait or anything like that. They'll always be able to just get out as they want with these, which is helpful, but I personally don't think it's realistic when they're either really young or haven't learned to walk. But you can, do what you see fit. If you're not interested in the 2-in-1 transformer combo though, Llama has fixed and updated some of the existing toddler beds out there, so that they don't throw errors and have other like kind of bugs. So if you still want them to be completely separate entities, you know, cribs and beds, you might be interested in grabbing these 3 fixed ones, so they behave a lot better. Let's do what we always do with Brandy and look at some custom foods now. We've got 2 in a set by Jackie93 Sims, and that's this ice cream tray and Palmia's bag. So they're good to get out, you know, if you're having a party. So with this ice cream tray, you can grab some ice cream. And then, you know, they will visibly go down. There's like a limited use. And there's quite a few different flavours that look visually distinct. Some more light. If you're having a summer party get together, you can just grab this out and have it for your guests. I'm not sure if it's actually autonomous, but I would assume so, that your hungry guests would get it if they want it. Oh wow, that made Dustin fart. Sorry, Dustin. And then they can clean it up. And they are actually glass, so... Oh dear, Brandy's... What happened? You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, and you can also just clean up the whole tray. You know, eventually, I think it's 6 portions. We'll leave Brandy to a little meltdown and have Dustin look at getting a palmia from this bag. And they'll just grab a little bun on a plate. So this would be a brilliant thing to sell in owned shops. So Sims could bring this bag home and then have a little some treats to dig out of. Oh sorry Dustin, I'm just making you fatter and fatter here. But then obviously they are disposable, so when they clean this up it will be in the bin. So lovely. We've also got a new functional appliance, and that is the Ciao Bella hot waffle maker. So let's have Brandy make some waffles, pumpkin spice waffles. It's that time of year. So she's grabbing her ingredients and pouring them in. I'm gonna wait for them to be ready. And then have a plate of waffles. They will all look different, but they'll all be heart-shaped, I'm assuming. Wow, why does your aspiration keep tanking? You're fine. So yeah, that's a nice addition as well. It is just 1 plate at a time. So because all of these new custom ones are just single servings, I'm actually just going to go and grab a custom group serving to help show you our next couple of mods. So I've got some custom food in my game now that have some strange, pretty custom plates, a shepherd's pie, and 2 actual lasagnas, but I just named one to be Masaka. I think I'm going to go with the shepherd's pie though, because I always seem to remember that behaving a little bit weird. Let's have Brandy serve that up. So we've got this. Comes in this lovely glass dish, you see, with some custom plates. But now with Llama's mod, we can actually call the household to meal. This doesn't look great, does it? If I'm being honest. I feel like custom food's kind of come a long way since I last downloaded any. But anyway, we can now call the household to meal or not. Never mind. Just try again. Oh yeah, that worked okay. Yeah, Dustin got summoned over and he's gonna come and eat his shepherd's pie. Let me try another one. I do still really like this lasagna. I think this is really nice and high quality. But again, it's got a very, funky custom plate, and hopefully we should be able to. No, it seems to be if they've got food in the hand.
Got it.
Maybe one's just eating. No. No. I don't know then. It's still erroring for me. See, all it does is literally enable the interaction. It wasn't there at all. But yeah, it still, I guess, doesn't necessarily work correctly, which is a bit of a shame. Now I want to look at the hurryable eating mod. Now they're both quite hungry, so they should eat quite fast and not take too much time talking. They both happen to be quite sloppy sims, so they'd be doing this, fast shoveling in, messy interaction anyway. But with that mod, actually neat sims can do that if they've got a reason to hurry, like low hunger, but also if there's something to get to. So let's say Brandy needs to call somebody, that should make her call interact faster. Maybe Justin's going to try and get to Bo. They're going to take less time stopping to talk because they've got something to get to. So they'll eat faster and get to that. Now I want to look at Lamar's Leftovers mod, which combines and updates two of Morg Hudson's old mods, and that is simply leftovers and autonomously put away the leftovers. Now there's not going to be any autonomy going on because I have it off, but with the mod as before, you now can put leftovers away as a group meal or as single plates. Now I'm pretty sure I've always been able to do that on these two anyway, but Lamar's edit makes it, more likely that you will be able to do this on custom foods. And then when you go to get leftovers, there they are, the plates left. There's not many left because I had to do take two of the last one because I forgot to press the record button. But yeah, now you've just got individual plates rather than having to get the serving out if you don't want to. Of course, you still can put a group meal out. But yeah, so there's two separate old mods, autonomously put them away and have their options for single plates or group meals. But with Lamar's edits, there's more logic around, so Sims won't autonomously put them away if there's a party going on, which I have was one of my ideas I think on my list that I've always wanted to do. Hungry, non-sleeping household members or greeted visitors are on the lot. If there's a lunch lady, aka a cafeteria worker on the lot, then they won't automatically put them away. The user-directed menu options will show up on custom foods, even with invisible or unusual plates. Fix a bug caused by storing a single plates, instant meals or similar foods that don't have single dishes, and fix another bug that led to an error when food wasn't on the plate. So that just makes those mods a lot smarter, and there's two versions of it depending on what you want hungry to be classed at. So they won't autonomously put leftovers away if there are hungry non-sleeping household members or greeted visitors. Well, what is hungry? Do you want it to be if their hunger level is less than 20 or less than 0? I'd go less than 0 personally. So 0 is half a bar and 20 is a little bit more than half. So yeah, I think that's a great improvement. And I used to use Boiling Oil's food dish autonomy instead, which was adaptation of autonomously put away leftovers with some better checks. And I did ask Lamar about it and then took a look. It's kindly credited me here, but it seemed like the only thing they thought was useful to add from that was the lunch lady check. But with the sounds of the description anyway, it does sound like there are some better checks in this still. So like sitting sims will not get up autonomously to store leftovers or clean up dishes ever, which I like. They'll keep sitting to have a family meal and keep talking even if they finish, and not being like, no, I need to put these leftovers away and clean up these dishes now. They will just sit and enjoy the meal with the family, which I like. So that's the dorm worker stuff, which Lamar then implemented. On any other residential lot, Sims will never autonomously clean up dishes that could be stored as leftovers unless they're already collecting dishes to clean up, in which case they may also pick up leftovers. That makes a lot of sense. When cleaning up, Sims will now collect 7 dishes maximum instead of 5, which is handy, but I think Syjon has a separate mod for that as well, and Slappy Sims and children may autonomously lick plates clean. Cute, I guess, but not an essential. But I think what you can do is still install this mod and just have Lamar's loading after. So you may be able to keep Boiling Oil's mod for his edits regarding cleaning, let Mar load after it and any of his versions. And if you want the lick clean thing, Lamar tells you how you could incorporate that into their mod as a quick edit. But yeah, it sounds like perhaps actually if you have this mod still in your game loading earlier, you'd probably still get these 3 features perhaps, or at least some of them. So yeah, it's probably still worth keeping if you still like the sound of any of those features. But I will probably look into it sooner, because is it even still on my idea list? It might be. Yeah, I still have the idea written here. Look, an edit of Boiling Oil's food dish autonomy that implements a check to see if there is currently a party going on and stops Sims autonomously putting away leftovers if there is. But anyway, it doesn't sound like there's largely a point to that. Now Lamar has made this. I will just do a little bit of digging to see what features could still do with being salvaged from this. But it's possible that it's nothing. It's possible that Lamar has included all of the usual features that would have otherwise conflicted, and you can still use this for everything else. I'll see. So I might be able to get rid of this idea. And by the way, just because it's under plans and ideas, I don't care if any of these get done, because some of them I might get to trying to work on them and find that I don't know how. So if there's any modders that want some inspiration and want to help me out, then please visit this, especially this section. Like, these are stuff that I would have no idea how to make and may not be possible. But even some of these, you know, if anyone is interested in tackling them, then please feel free. Just not these 2 sections above, because there's like actively things that I'm working on or I've already finished and just need to share actually. Oh, I can take that off. Look, I've done that. I shared it. Did I take Parenthood off? No, yeah, I do actually want to improve the Parenthood mod further one day. Yeah, and it looks like I did take off the prom and after school activities tweaks. Yeah, I could probably go ahead and take that off, as well as the boiling oil food autonomously edits, but I might just keep it there as a reminder to look into it one day. I've just had the Brokes adopt sweets with their tiny amount of remaining funds, because I wanted to look at these natural pet relief patches, and look, they're all free. So now there's all these different kind of, oh, I don't like the shadow on that. That's a shame. That's better. That's got a nice shadow. So is that one. So all these options are things you can use. That would look good in a barn, wouldn't it? A little hole. Yeah, this one's not so good, unfortunately. It'd be good if the shadow could be fixed. That one's just as it is. You've got these really pretty flowers. I like those. And these flowers as well. So obviously in The Sims 2, all cats are kind of outdoor but non-roaming cats. They'll just go out in the garden whenever they want. So it does kind of make sense that they'd be able to go to the toilet outside and not necessarily need a litter box. So now with these, you've got all these great options for natural spots for your cat to be able to go outside, and they are based on one by Jackie93 Sims we've looked at before. So now let's push his bladder down and let's try these ones. Really like these ones, very pretty. And there we go. He's just going to go in the flowers and fertilise them, dig them up, and I don't think they'll ever become dirty, so I'll just have him do it a bunch of times. I'm pretty sure they'll never, you know, get dirty and need cleaning up. There's no scooping. They're just kind of, you know, infinite. So that's great. I think I'd have one of these on most lots, whether they've got a litter box inside or not. Or I might make it like so finicky cats, which it actually is. Maybe not have one of these. That might be a good way of doing it. But otherwise, yeah, I think they're fantastic. Oh, and dogs can actually use them too. So you've got more kind of control over where your dogs will go to the toilet as well, instead of being like in the middle of the road and stuff. They're more likely to actually use these spots, which is great. We're in Sim State University now with the Bright household, I think, and I've made Martin and Jane develop a relationship here. So as you've always been able to, we can get them engaged during their university time. That's nothing new, but usually they, you know, have to wait until they're finished uni to be able to get married. Well, not with this mod by Lamar. We should actually be able to just get married right here, right now. I'm just going to have to do it just with this boring, you know, quiet pie menu way of doing it. But you can download an override for the wedding arch. There's the installation for that is a bit different, so I've not gone and got it, but you can. So yeah, now they can actually be married in their young adulthood and carry on doing university and all that. I think there's other mods that allow pregnancy and having children during university, so you could use that. But yeah, this just enables marriage. So we're going to look at some stuff just in an empty lot for building now. And the first thing I want to look at is these Rotator OMSPs. So now you can use OMSPs. Of course, they can be invisible as usual. But now you can use these to just make very subtle angles. So like this is just a difference of 3 degrees, so it's so small. This one's a bit more 5, so then you can actually start to see. But you just, if you want to just make things look a little bit more natural, you know, not so perfect, you can use these to just tilt things. This is 5 degree. You can use them on wall art as well, so that's this poster's slanting by 7 degrees. You can go a bit more significant at 30 degrees, but they're in lots of very small intervals. So the large objects go from, oh, that's a wall one, that's why it wasn't working, I'm just being silly. Yeah, that's just an ever so slight wall slant. So the objects go from 5 to 40, because obviously if you want 45 you can use the cheat that I always have permanently enabled to allow 45-degree angle of rotation. If you just want a softer angle, so these are all the small ones, and each one has clockwise and counterclockwise. Same for the large ones, and then the wall ones can be really subtle from just 1 degree up to 9. Because I mean this is 7, and you can see it's leaning quite a lot. So really anything more than 9 would probably look quite silly. You know, I don't think you'd really want it looking any more wonky than that. But yeah, to get a more kind of relaxed, informal, teen boy kind of room look with a collage of posters, you can now get some really nice subtle angles with that. So this will really come in handy just to make things look a little bit more natural, and they'll all keep their own functionality. So I think that's a really cool set. Right, I've just gone and got everything out that I want to look at on this build by lot, so you can be admiring, and I'll go through things. So firstly are all of these door default replacements by More Popcorn. They're not a full set, they're each individual. However, they are kind of, unfortunately in my opinion, dependent on this default replacement of the you know, this cheap door, this just a door, which isn't new actually, but I needed to put this in and show you because all of these depend on it. And as nice as I think this is, I do think it's a bit of a shame because obviously now this looks very commercial, but this is very commonly used in houses. You know, it's a good, just cheap looking door. So I kind of think it's a shame to not still have that option anymore personally. So you have to have that for all of these great other ones to work, including this add-on for it, which puts glass in with all kinds of recolors on the glass, which I think is so perfect for a school. So you can put like the type of class that's going on behind the door. I really, really like that. I think that's awesome. Also dependent on it is this default replacement for the apartment door. So the mats have been default replaced. Do think they're better overall. And the colours are really nice. So yeah, I do like those. That's how it looks from the back. Same with this default replacement for the dorm door. So this is the mine door, and then these are the pictures that Sims will actually put their face in, which is a lot more like subtle and realistic now. I think the lock sign is also default replaced. So yeah, they're nice. The hotel door is also replaced, the Bon Voyage hotel door. So that makes it plain, but you can have different informational posters, a map of the hotel. That's cool. Yeah, I see. They usually do have some kind of fire safety or something on the back of them, so that's cool. As we looked at earlier, the default replacements for the toilets. Lovely. So yeah, that's a nice complete set, and because of how nice the rest of them are, I probably would cave and get that, but I would much prefer that to be standalone because, like I said, I do like having the door as it was as well. And then they're on these funky wallpapers because these are actually unlocked from Nightlife, so they actually did exist in the game files. They just weren't used, they just weren't available in the catalogue. So some of these would be cool for funky clubs, and some of them are just plain, like this plain yellow and this plain pink. So if you want more very Maxis match wallpapers and paints to choose from, then get those. Similar idea with these things. So these are all Maxis objects with these new recolors, but these recolors again existed in the game files, so Sims has just actually made them available to select. You know, it's not just a custom recolor, it's actually one of Maxis's just now available to select from. So that's why I consider it a mod. Obviously I wouldn't usually show you item recolors, but I think unlocking hidden game files is a useful feature. We also have this window, which isn't doing anything right now, but there's a mod that actually gives it a proper lot imposter, because before this open for business bay window would just be hole in the wall from neighborhood view. So I will show you that last in neighborhood view. Going back to more popcorn, there's this default replacement for the small hotel desk, which is dependent on these this custom simple counter, which is slave to the nooks and niches. I've just got the master with no recolors or anything for it, but if you did, then they would all be available to choose from, is my understanding. I thought this was meant to like blend in, but it doesn't really. If you put it like that, it's got an overhang and it doesn't connect. That kind of works actually. Oh, no. Yeah, right. Okay, that's why it wasn't working. So if you have just one on one side, it looks okay, but it still doesn't. Like, oh, if you put them that way. Okay, I got there eventually, but yeah, then don't connect another one because it breaks it. So yeah, you can have a 3-tile kind of large hotel desk with that in the middle, which is cool, and then you've just got 2 empty counters here, and obviously these counters can be used for whatever you like, but you do need them for this default replacement. And like I said, I'm sure there's lots of flexible colours if you had lots of recolors for the Nooks and Niches set. What else have we got? We've got a default replacement for this lovely kitchen and bath without the duck. So all this does is remove the duck. So yeah, if you don't want the duck, get that. And we've got a default replacement for the speaker, a Sims 4 style one. I didn't read properly when I installed this. There is a custom and a default one. So I'm not sure which is which, because it actually makes them both be marked as custom. These unlocked wallpapers and recolors are custom, which I think is fair enough, you know, because they're not originally in the game. But yeah, for whatever reason, this even default of the stand is marked to custom, and one of them is a standalone. But I'm not sure why whatever this is, the subsets seem broken on the amplifier. They're only working on this one. But yeah, if you want this as standalone or to default replace the microphone, then you might like that. We've got a default replacement for these architecture pieces, and again, unfortunately, it makes them be marked as custom content, which is a bit annoying. It adds 2 recolors, but it actually reduces the poly count. It was quite a high poly item, and this lowers it down, so it should be better for performance and texture memory and things. So you can kind of choose how much is replaced. One like kind of removes the shine of the so it affects the window as well. Let me get that. I think this one. Optional cobalt texture replacements and cobalt and bohemian window texture shine removed. So I went for like the full package, but you can have just the model or the model and the texture or like something else. Probably because of this OBJD option, price low to 43 simoleons, remove view interaction and keep buying set to true, so you can keep placing one after the other. Oh my god, yeah, that's like, I can't believe it wasn't. I don't know what the price was before, but I imagine it's a piece. If you're using it, I feel like you'd use it a lot. I can't say I've used it before. So it probably does want to not be too expensive and you'll be able to keep buying it. So yeah, that's probably why that makes it custom now. I don't know. And then lastly, we've got this default replacement for the Lucky Shrine. It's nothing drastic. All it does is gets rid of the fence and the coins. So it doesn't look as touristy, it looks more like it could be more original architecture. So yeah, if you want it to look less touristy, then you'll probably want that. But otherwise, it's the same as it's always been. And I think that's everything. So I'll just go to lot view now, so you can see the fixed what is it, an imposter for the bay window. There you go. Look, you can actually see it, what it's supposed to look like, instead of it just being a void in the wall. A few mods to look at in Create Sim now. Firstly, we've got some Maxis unhiders. I think for mostly hats. You can see those default replacement eyes in full close effect here. Here they are. This purple beanie is unhidden. So is this straw hat and this bucket hat. And there's some for males as well. Yes, so there's pink bucket hats unhidden for males too. So is this beanie, this blue cap, and this fedora. The unsavory charlatan's monocle is also unhidden, so now you can put the monocle on your Sims. We also have some wrinkle overlays unhidden, same for females. I got the impression that there was more than one wrinkle overlay, but I'm only seeing one. Is it different for maybe elders? No, I don't think so. I can only see this one, but the mod page makes it look like there's multiple, like 3 different ones. But I'm only seeing this one, so I'm not sure what that is. Oh, and we've got some outfits as part of that mod too. Looks like it's for men. So yeah, right at the end here, I guess these were some old commercials. We've got some a GameSpot, GameSpy, logo ones. I don't really like having English, so I probably wouldn't want these. But I mean, they were a real thing in the game with some kind of partnership, so you can get those if you want them. And actually, all of the, well, pretty much I think at this point, of the male clothing has been default replaced by Leto males, improving the fat morph, giving them all of pregnancy more. So now your alien pregnant male Sims should be able to wear whatever they want, not have to use this maternity stuff. So yeah, every single one of these has been had the mesh improved. Actually, Pineapple Forest has also released a default replacement for this specific outfit, but it is included in Leto's set, so you probably don't need it. But yeah, it haven't changed its original slim shape much, other than slightly tweaked the lower back area, and it gives it a pregnancy morph, but so does Leto's. There could be very subtle differences. You might want to compare them yourself, but yeah, this is just Leto's set that I have in my game right now. But I just want to make you aware that Pineapple Forest has also done this outfit. But yeah, Leto has a tag on their Tumblr with all of the AM default replacement project, and I think pretty much everything's been default replaced at this point. There may be more to come though, I'm not sure. But yeah, any kind of oddities that there are in the meshes will have been straightened out, and it's even like the uniforms, you can optionally unhide them if you want to. I haven't, but yeah, it covers all of the uniforms as well, and comes with different recategorizers you might want to choose from. But like, let's look at this for example. Just get a really like normal looking thing. So yeah, it just makes the fat morph a bit more subtle, nicely shaped, gradual than these big bulges and things here. It looks like the chest is a little bit wider on Leto's edit. So this is the original of this polo, and it looks like the chest is maybe slimmed down a little bit at this time, and again just a little bit more gradual fat morph. So yeah, if you just want to make subtle tweaks like that to your male clothing and have pregnancy morphs for everything, check out this tag on Leto Mills under Project AM, and there's like 12 posts now at this point, and it's possible that more will come. Yeah, it doesn't, this latest one doesn't say it's the last one or anything, so yeah, keep an eye. Let me actually unlock stuff, so because I've got bull prop testing sheets, I can just press Shift N and that will unhide a load of stuff. So Leto has covered a lot of these ones, but I actually want to look at the mechanic and orderly outfits. So this is one of them. Pineapple Forest has made a very subtle default replacement to these two. Or is it actually only for adult female? Never mind, it's only for adult female. Here we go. So these two actually. So I don't think anything's glaringly obvious. I think it just makes, yeah, it makes them like less fuzzy, less grainy, like a more solid colour, and also makes some improvements around the neck. There was some weird creasing going on around the neck, so that smoothens that up and just makes the texture look a lot less grainy. So that's nice. There's another texture default replacement for one of the teenage girl dresses someone else did that was also a bit kind of fuzzy. This one. So this is a default replacement for these. It gets rid of the necklace and it just makes the black a lot more solid rather than so blurry. It's not perfect, but yeah, it's better than it was. So you can see on this GIF, the black's like a lot more dotty. Makes sense, like just a bit blurrier. So yeah, that's an improvement for that. There's another quite subtle default replacement for one of the outerwear. These ones, the snow boots have been improved to make them actually look more like snow boots. So here is how you can tell they had a really thin sole. Now it's much thicker. Is there any colour differences? Oh, it adds some new colours just as part of that, which is always nice. Oh, wait, that's the same. I think you were supposed to choose whether you wanted them to be custom or default replace, and maybe I got both. But yeah, these boots are definitely chunkier even on the replacement versions. Oh, and I actually missed one last unhider this time for a beard. I think this beard originally didn't appear in brown or black, is it? Was it perhaps black actually? I'm pretty sure it's that beard just available in all colours now. Unhidden base skin black full beard. Plus extras. At some point, the black full beard in black got accidentally hidden, making it only accessible using other colours first or through debug mode. I do have debug mode on, but yeah, now you shouldn't need it. So this beard is just always available in all colours, including black now. I think that's everything for the cast mods. Alright, yet another day for me, and now I'm going to show you this DIY mod and then some new tools, like applications that have been released, and then talk you through some mod pages I wasn't really able to show you in game. So this is Tune Your Climate Seasonal Precipitation Beacons by Heathen Simmer. And I don't know if any of you may already be aware of similar mods by Huge Lunatic that let you change your date rewards and things like that, and networking items perhaps, and T-Addict built on that for digging chances. It's a similar idea to that, where it just kind of extracts the tuning files that you're going to need, so you don't have to start from scratch looking through and finding the right files in SimPE. This is a template for you, so it's just the right resources extracted, and then here is where you're able to set things to do with climate, like the chance of rain. So for example, Heathen Simmer wanted to be able to make a tropical climate, so I really heavily toned down the chance of snow and things. I'm actually really surprised to see more snow in autumn than winter. Temperate coastal here. And then it says the unmodded tuning values, but as far as I'm aware, when we download this is what they'll be set to, and it's just up to you. I'm really surprised to see that there's a 20% chance of snow in summer and only a 15% in autumn. I did use a colder falls mod, which I think also increased the chance of snow in fall, but I can't believe the default is 20% in summer. I guess that's like probably if you had winter rolling straight onto summer or something, but still, the fact that it's actually higher than autumn is crazy. But yeah, it just gives you the flexibility to build your own kind of climate. So I'll download it, and then these are the files I have to take out. And I've got some others on my other monitor actually. Oh no, these are actually Heathen Simmer's templates. I misunderstood. I thought this would just provide them unmodded, to be honest, but no, it's actually Heathen Simmer's tropical tuning and temperate tuning. But either way, you know, you can use either. So I guess I'll just grab one, doesn't really matter which, and open it up in SimPE. Okay, so when you open it up, you'll be able to see that there's 4 tuning files for each season. So you can go on each one and change some chances around. And alright, these are edited, but you could view the original and these should be correct. Which one are we in? Yeah, so snow was originally 50%. As we can see here, so you can easily just pull up the original values whenever you want. But say, what should we do? I have no idea what any of these are about, and I'm not sure that Heathen Simmer has touched any of them. So those haven't been touched, and I guess you could kind of guesstimate what those mean and play around with them, but I don't really get how any of those work. So I would recommend it only just to change your chance of precipitation, basically. It'd be cool if you could set temperature, but say if, I don't know about you, but snow in my game is always a performance hitter. So maybe you just want to disable snow all year round. Okay, or maybe let's make it really low in winter, but just disable them for all the others. So all you need to do is in this deck box, put a 5, commit, and put spring to 0, summer is already 0, and fall also to 0. And that's it, and that's all you need to do. You'd probably want to rename it something else. So I'll just put it on my desktop, and unless you know you're always going to want this all HUD round. If you play multiple HUDs, this is how you could kind of tune the climate per HUD. So maybe I'd call this Strange Town, and then only put it in my Strange Town mods folder, so it would only it would only be affected by Strange Town, and that way you could still keep the 4-season cycle without having to just change it to always summer or something, and then just not see the snow and things. I think that would be cool, but it would be good to find some tuning for temperatures perhaps as well. But let me show you how I have my folders, and I recommend. We'll be talking about that next, but ignore it for now. So here is my active folder, but I have a folder for each kind of HUD or project or whatever that I'm working on. So this is my Veronaville folder. This is when I was playing, like, following along with TDX hard mode challenge and playing the most difficult families. The newest family are just hands down the hardest, so I kind of packed that in, so I could probably get rid of that one. And new is my kind of project of rebuilding my downloads folder. But say if I wanted to play Veronaville now, what I would do is rename this folder to recording after closing SimPE, and then get rid of the VVs in front of Veronaville. And there we go. When I load my game now, my Veronaville save and all the custom content I have specifically for that will be what's loaded in. And these, like the rest of the folders in here, don't affect the game, so you can have as much as you want. But the reason I make this one with an exclamation point first is so that the active one is always the last alphabetically to load, because I did have a very strange situation with RPC screenshots. I don't have any in here, but if I had like a folder loading after, then like some screenshots were going in the wrong folder. So there's probably other reasons as well, but yeah, it's just, God, so many screenshots. Oh, I miss these Sims. It's just eye shots when I was testing some, finding out which eyes I wanted to use. So yeah, my point is that way, you know, if I and when I wanted to generate a new one, all you need to do is just have them all renamed, and then when you launch your game, it will create a brand new folder for you and you can start fresh. And then I would just download a clean Strange Town and then put this file in that, but not have it in any of the others. So yeah, that is a cool option. You know, you can use this as guidance to just set your precipitation to however you like, whether that's per kind of climate per HUD or just something you want all game round. Is up to you. Next is something I'm really excited about because it is a new program which I highly recommend everyone uses. I have used for a long time, but it has been kind of re-uploaded, hugely updated. It seems it kind of wasn't that available for a little while. So yeah, I've been using it pretty much like since it came out. It used to be on Mod The Sims and then it disappeared for a while, and then I reached out to the creator to ask why, and it was around the time the Legacy collection came out, you know, and they didn't really want to confuse people coming from the Legacy collection and have that pressure to maintain and update it. So they took it off Mod The Sims, but it was still available on their GitHub, so I did keep an eye out for updates. But now it's come back to The Sims 2, flexible per game, and looks like it's really been updated and improved. So I have already downloaded this actually. This is the file I downloaded from Mod The Sims, just pressing that. But obviously I've been using it for a long time, so I still have the old one installed. You see, it used to work much differently. It used to actually need some things inside the bin folder, but now it doesn't, and I've already gone and moved those out. So you used to have these files in your bin folder, and then this file had to be in your EA Games folder, just as it is here. This is where all my backups got kept. So as you can see, this is Veronaville, and you can see the different backups that I have stored for it. So I guess I could keep that around if I wanted, but I do want to start fresh, so I'm just going to move it out onto here. I am going to consult this settings. This is also how you used to configure it. You used to have to set your settings in this text file, but now it seems different. So when you go to the archive, it's just 2 applications and a readme telling you how to configure it. So it seems like you can put these applications wherever you want to. They don't have to be in your TS bin. So I actually have a tools folder where I put my mostly game related tools, and I have a subfolder for Sims 2. Here are all of the tools I have for The Sims 2. I really need to update my like must-have tools video. So now I will make a subfolder for backup launcher and put these both, I guess, on the readme actually, in here. So we get I've got the readme and I've got my old settings. So this is how we'll actually launch the game, but first we need to configure it. So I'll open the settings. It's just, unknown, so I'm getting a warning, but that doesn't matter. So now I can configure it. So you can choose how often it will back up and the number of backups to keep. So I guess I'll just base it on my old text configuration. So I actually had it allowing it to back up every day, when I was playing every day when I was into Veronaville, pretty much, and keep 7 backups. So that should be about a week's worth of backups that I'd have. You could set it to more. Probably I could actually. I have quite a lot of space, but I'm not really playing anything at the moment anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Now you can put in your game launcher. So if you use RPC, this is its own launcher, but you can use this launcher to launch RPC if you have it. So you don't need to make any compromise there. So I'm pretty sure this is still correct. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy that on our phone. Okay, fine, I'll browse for it. PC, D, EA games, The Sims 2, Fun with Pets, that's B9, TS bin, and rpc.exe. And arguments, when I launch my game, when you launch RPC, I guess I'll just show you now. When I launch RPC, usually a little console window flashes and goes away, but I like to have the argument to make that show all the time. So this box here, it stays around for me, it doesn't go away. So if there was any information in there, I'd still be able to see it. It goes away when you close the game, but now I can still get back to this and see it. So I can make sure all the RPC mods have loaded properly, any other information. If there was any errors, I've never seen an error in here, to be honest, but if there were, I guess this is where they would show up. But what's cool as well is I have screenshots set up with RPC. So when I take a screenshot using my RPC screenshot button, it logs it here. If I now go into my game folder and screenshots, there we go, I have the screenshot I just took. But without having to open that, if I'm just, playing, I'm like, did that take it? I just have to bring this up and I can see that it has logged that I have took a screenshot, I press the right button. So yeah, I just find it like you don't have to do anything with it, it's just there in case. So I just personally like to have it always available, and when I quit my game it goes away on its own. So literally no harm, no stress. So for that reason I'll just simply want to do -show, I believe, in the arguments here. Save folder. Save folder is a directory containing your game's save files. So that should be documents EA games. No, I think it should actually be this. Yes, that's what it should be. Backup folder is where you want to store them. So this is great. That means, obviously I used to have to have it here in my EA games. Now I don't, which is fantastic. It doesn't matter for me because this is on a very big drive, but if where your game is installed and running from, if it might be on a smaller drive than some kind of drive you have available for backups and bigger documents, you can store it wherever you like. So I have like a system documents folder, which I only ever use for literally like installation files. Anything that's like actually my documents, I have this custom my documents folder. So here's where I like to store stuff like this. So I would probably, I do have a save backups already, but I feel like I would probably keep that one as manual ones and probably do like an auto or maybe backup launcher backups maybe, I guess, and then save go to configure it to be there. My documents sims to backup launcher backups, and then that's where it will save. And I only have Pleasant View in this folder, but you know, you'll likely have more than that. But you might not want them all backing up. You know, if you've never played one of the neighborhoods before, you probably don't want to make a backup for it. So obviously it's not going to back up the tutorial. I think you could make it if you really wanted. I'll just have it backing up Pleasant View and save, and that should be it. Changes were saved, so I guess I can close this. A moment of truth. Launch it. Probably have to say it as administrator. Yeah, and as you can see in the console, it will bring up RPC. Yep. And then I've got my usual RPC launcher happening. So it just makes it a step before the launcher from this makes the backup, and then if you've got RPC, you can set it to that. If you don't use a launcher, you can leave it empty. If you can use an RPC, meaning if you're not on the Legacy Edition, why not? I really think you should. But yeah, obviously it is up to you. So you can just... Oh, my argument didn't save. Maybe I don't need the dash? I have to report that as a slight issue. It's not a huge deal, but it's cool that you can have it exactly as you like it. And I don't know if you saw the backup launcher there, it just went to start in game because I already have my backup for today. My RPC console is still closing, so I'll probably let the creator know that the show argument doesn't seem to work, or I don't know how to put it in. It's not the same as it was when it was text settings anyway. The instructions literally say, if you don't know what this does, ignore it. I literally asked for this feature. This creator is so cool. So close it. No, yeah, it doesn't seem to persist. So I will let them know. But otherwise, it seems fantastic. So now if I go to my folder I made, I have a folder for Pleasant View, and then it just makes an archive with the date, and then it'll be in there. So these folders are just a way of organising it, so you know what's what, and then when you go in the archive, this is what you'll actually grab to put in the game if you do want to restore a backup. So it's got everything there. So say that something went wrong, or you know, I just don't like how things played out, I just wanted to go back to before I played today. Well, we've fast forwarded 2 hours and I've been playing, but I don't like how it went, so I want to revert. I'd go to EA Games, Sims 2, Neighborhoods. I would delete this NO1 and I would move this NO1 into it. Do not ever merge them. Do not copy and like stitch them together, replacing some files and leaving others. Never ever do that. Delete your old one first. If you know, scared to delete it in case your backup doesn't work, you at least move it somewhere else, like move it to your desktop like this, and then copy. If I refresh, it's gone. Then copy your backup. You know, just do not copy while there's still one in here. You will mess things up. But the best way to avoid corruption, you know, there is no save versioning in The Sims 2. Once you hit save, that's it. There's no going back. Sometimes you want to, sometimes bad things happen. Have backups. And the fact that you can move these to somewhere else, you know, it's good to have them on multiple locations, which is just making me think actually that it would actually be ideal if you could store it on a different drive, but my PC's not really set up. I don't want to put it on my C drive, so you know, it is what it is. But every now and again, I would probably move some of these backups onto an external hard drive. You know, if I was really dedicated to a neighborhood, a save file, I was playing regularly, I would occasionally copy some of these backups elsewhere onto an external drive. So if anything happens to my computer, I'd still have them. But this just takes the mental load off that. You'll know that however you've set it, it's going to make backups for you. So what I would do is, obviously I launch my game here, which is the RPC launcher. I would replace it with the launcher. So from tools, do this. I probably would set it as administrator actually. I have RPC as administrator, so I'll probably do that. Where is it? Oh, run this program as administrator. I would probably do that so I don't get the pop-up warning. It just gives me this pop-up instead, but it doesn't like warn me about it anymore. But then I know, you know, there's not going to be some kind of file transfer issue, permissions issue. It can just save where it needs to save, do what it needs to do. That might be over precautious, I don't know. Yes, it worked correctly. I would show more options, send to desktop, create a shortcut, and then I've got a shortcut, and then I would, that gives you the option to change the icon, change icon there, and then do I still have that saved? Yep, I still have my RPC icon here, so I would set it to this one. Okay, apply, and then it will look like that, and then I would just probably name it Sims 2 Backup, and then I would pin it to not start. Who uses the start menu? Pin to taskbar. And then I would probably remove this ultimately and just use that instead. But because I'm not actually playing at the moment, I'm just, you know, making a test HUD and making these videos, I don't really need the backups right now. So I'm not actually going to do that this moment. But that is exactly what I would do if I was actually playing, had a save file and a neighborhood I was, you know, dedicated to. I would always launch my game through this instead of RPC, because even if it doesn't need to make a backup because it's already made one, it's your second, third, whatever time launching it today, and you've set the backup frequency to 1. I don't think you can set it to less than that. I think it's got to be the most often you could set it to is once a day. Then it just won't make a backup, it'll just launch the game, you know? So there's no drawbacks to always launching your game through here. So that's exactly what I would do. But for now, yeah, like I said, I don't really need it. So I'd probably delete this as well because I don't really need it. I guess I'll just pop that in there for later, and I will just, obviously won't need it on my desktop, but I can then just pin it to my taskbar whenever I'm ready for it from there. So yeah, I really hope that's convinced the majority of you to get this beautiful program. Obviously, if you are on the Legacy collection, this will look a bit different. You won't be able to use RPC, so you won't have a game launcher, and your save folder will be in a different place. It won't be the Ultimate Collection, obviously. It'll be whatever folder it is in your documents, blah, blah, blah. So I hope that helps. Get this program and never lose a neighborhood again. Now, this next tool I wanted to show you is a really cool concept, but I'm not actually going to use it. I've mentioned before, but for these videos, for demonstration purposes, unless I'm 100% sure I want to stick with something, use it, I do not like to touch anything outside of my Sims 2 documents folder. So because this touches the game files and I'm not sure I want to use it, I'm not going to be running this. But what this is, it's an automated program to configure your stealth HUDs, which are the neighborhoods that, you know, when you start a new neighborhood and then it's all like loading hobbies, loading pets, it's actually creating neighborhoods that aren't visible, but it's where the families that go in the sim bin sit. So it has some options to do with that, and then also installs clean templates. So as we can see here, this is what the program looks like. You've got 3 options for what to do about stealth HUDs. Install with clean stealth HUDs, install with empty stealth HUDs, and install without stealth HUDs. And part of the reason I'm not trying this is because I'm not 100% sure. Again, because I've not really got my game set up to play anything, I haven't touched my stealth HUDs. So we have all those social group townies and everything in my tests Pleasant View, and you know, all the families in the sim bin. But usually I would follow, I hate to admit it, but I'll probably still go back to Pleasant Sims Guide on it. But yeah, this has 3 options. So you can replace all the stealth HUDs with clean versions from Meet Me to the River. So they will all be added, but are clean versions, which is smart. You know, if you do want them, you should probably install the clean versions. Install with empty stealth HUDs. Replaces the hobbies and magic stealth HUDs with empty versions from Jerusa. Deletes the rest of the stealth HUD and installs the stealth HUD families put into sub HUDs from Meet Me to the River. I'm a bit confused about this. Why are the hobbies and magic empty versions, but the rest are being deleted? So this is the ones from Juusa, but why only magic and hobbies empty and delete the rest of them? Maybe that's what I used to do. I don't remember. Again, I'd have to revisit a guide on this. If I was actually setting up a neighborhood to play, I absolutely would do something about the style hoods, but I don't know if that is replacing them all with empty, or I would never actually delete anything. But as we can see with this next option, install without stealth hoods, leave the stealth hoods completely untouched. If you've done the trick of disabling the stealth hoods by renaming them in the neighborhood template folders, then use this option. That definitely rings a bell. You're into renaming, so you've kind of got that backup. You can just restore the name back to normal if you ever wanted them. That really sounds familiar, but I'm not remembering why there's one rule for the hobbies and magic where you want them to be empty and the rest actually can just... Oh, no, I get it. Oh, no, I don't. No, I do. I do get it. It's because the hobbies hood comes with the secret lots where your Sims can get into, and the magic one comes with somewhere I've never been, like the witch castles. Really need to explore that one day. But yeah, there's actually a physical neighborhood in those that your Sims can visit under certain circumstances, whereas the other ones don't. The vacations are just separate anyway. You can still add them whenever you want to, whereas there is no hood for weather or pets. It's just the Sims, so that'll be why. So that's probably what you want, actually. And then what it does also installs the stealth of families put into subhoods. Here's what I wanted to show you. So this is what it does. When you now create a shopping district, you'll have these to choose from that you can then add to your hood whenever you actually want the families from it. So if I was playing River Blossom Hills, for example, I would want the Optimus family there because they came with seasons. So in my head, that is absolutely where they belong. So I would add this as a shopping district. That would put the Optimus family... Did any other Finn families come with seasons? I don't know. But anyway, that would add them to your neighborhood, and then you can delete the subhood again because the Optimus will already be then attached to your main hood. So that is a really creative and dynamic way of doing it. So that's a really cool idea. Then it will install clean templates, but my issue is there's only one clean template per hood. So you'll get all 6 neighborhoods installed, which is another thing I don't like because, as I showed you earlier, I like to basically just have one whole folder per neighborhood, so I can have different screenshot folder, I can have different mods and CC per neighborhood, but it will install one specific version of all 6. There's no options to choose from, and that is my issue because there's a lot of different clean templates to choose from, and it says here the installer uses the standard clean/fix versions of the Maxis townies and NPCs, so if you don't play with townies or play with genetic interfaces, then you can't use this. So it will always just be a well-known clean version of each hood with townies. So in this case, this author, it will actually be their own Pleasant View, which is pretty much the same as Meet Me Through the Rivers as far as I understand, but it just makes Bella missing properly, like she should be, not as a townie. I don't know how people stand that, and I actually think that very fact might have put people off clean templates. It's like, well, I don't want Bella Goth roaming around as a townie, you know, that doesn't feel right. I'm not going to use clean templates. There are loads of clean templates, and the majority actually do keep Bella hidden and missing. So, you know, just because something's well known doesn't mean it's the best. But this one is pretty much faithful to exactly Meet Me to the Rivers, apart from Bella. But there are so many other clean templates to choose from, and I feel like I'm going to have a really hard time actually choosing what I want. But this author themselves actually has another version of Pleasant View, which I think is a great idea. This one, Pleasant View with tutorial Joe and Jane, and it's also got the same option with Bella missing. I believe Bella is still missing. Yeah, Bella's missing in this one as well. But you know when you play the tutorial, I never did. I watched someone play it. These are the Sims you play with, and in their memories, in Joe's memories, it reveals that Joe's parents are Bob and Betty Newby from The Sims 1. So this adds them to Pleasant View as a bin family, and Joe will be related to Brandy and have, you know, friendships and memory. And I think that's cool. You know, Pleasant View, not got a very big population, so why not add another a law-friendly family? You know, some of the Maxis hoods need a new blood, but I hate just like random custom Sims household. But this one's actually true to the law and realistic, so I think that's a fantastic idea. But there's so many more options. I mean, you might actually just still want Meet Me to the Rivers. You might actually be like, no, you know what? I actually want Bella as a townie. Or you want some of their versions without townies. But there's loads more options. There's genetically correct neighborhoods as well. So I was recently catching up on some of Creusa's videos, and she's got a great one on how all Sims look the same, and Pleasant View is a terrible culprit for that. A lot of Sims have the exact same faces. This will add more variety to the faces, but genetically correct. The faces will actually be based on their ancestors. Bella having brown hair is very strange, but her hair was brown in The Sims 1, to be fair. So now they won't all be clones of each other. The twins will actually look like a blend of their parents, who look like a blend of their parents. Well, not Mary Sue because she's adopted. Daniel will look like a blend of his parents. He has a different face. So your born in-game Sims will look much more different and varied and interesting, rather than just having the standard face templates and loads of them having the same ones over and over again. I still think these are all decently recognizable. This ID default's throwing me off a bit. Is the green is very pale, so I think they look a little bit strange to me. But other than that, you know, I think this is fair, and you'd see a lot more genetic variety. So I think that's a great idea. There's also Clean Pleasant View Plus, Restored Ancestral Sims, and Genetic Infant Faces. So this is based on Meet Me to the Rivers templates with some changes. Is Bella affected? Yeah, this one also makes Bella redisappeared, but also one of Meet Me to the River's kind of controversial changes is that they removed a lot of the ancestors for the sake of reducing, you know, neighborhood size. There's like a character file limit ultimately. So, I mean, just kind of seeing old generations as a junk. So this restores them all, makes them all resurrectable, and also supports the genetic infant faces mod, which you have to have a clean template like this for. It won't just work out the box on a pre-existing neighborhood. It would only work on a brand new neighborhood unless you get a clean template that supports it. So now there's a baby face for each face template, not just face 1 or 2, whatever the base face is. So now your babies won't all look the same. They'll look as they're supposed to. That combines both of those features, which are also great, but then that's a shame. Where's tutorial Joe and Jane, you know? And then this one, Clean Purist Present View plus optional extras. This is actually kind of, I guess, probably ultimately inspired by Meet to the River, but it's not based on it. This is started from scratch, and Bella will be, you know, missing in a mystery. All ancestors are back. No age has been modified. That's another change that Meet Me to the River makes, because the ages in Pleasant View don't really make much sense. For example, Mary Sue and Cassandra are like childhood friends based on the memories, if I'm remembering right. But Mary Sue is way older than Cassandra, and weird things like that just don't make any sense. And kind of pregnancy timelines and things. This one doesn't modify the ages, but it does modify memories instead to make them make more sense. So, you know, which is better? You tell me. And there's got a lot of modular options. So you can have a heterozygous genes. So the pre-mades often don't have the recessive and dominant genes that they're supposed to, and is a huge feature of what makes The Sims 2 shine. This restores them based on, you know, family trees and things, so they will actually carry dominant and recessive genes. That makes sense. You can have genetic infant faces as part of this. It gets rid of clones. There's like a clone of Skip that was used in certain memories and stuff. It just makes it just one character and things. It can optionally correct astrological sign because pretty much all of the pre-mades have a zodiac sign that doesn't match the personality. Their theory is when they were made, it probably worked differently and wasn't restricted. I don't care about astrology because of my zodiac chemistry mod, but if you don't use that, then zodiac signs have a huge impact on chemistry, and most of the ones in the pre-mades are kind of just like random as far as the personality goes, so you might want to fix them. So that's a great option as well. But, you know, would I prefer age modifications instead of memory modification? Maybe so. I would miss tutorial Joe and Jamie and thing. This isn't genetically correct, so, you know, there isn't one that exists as far as I can see that has it all, which is a huge shame. But a lot of these are, you know, newer. So just because Meet Me's have been around all this time, you know, this one's just this year, this one, and this is a great version, it doesn't mean old is best. And this creator has actually just released a clean purist Veronaville just on that Tumblr, but it's just kind of the standard options, and it sounds like they're thinking of adding the extras like they've added here, so that might have a proper release. But it's just like, how do you choose? So it seems a shame to just go with like one basic one when a lot of the hoods have good different ones, and I wish this launcher had more options. I wish it supported more clean templates, and the installer kind of gave you a prompt of what do you want. Do you want Bella Goth to be missing, yes or no? Do you want Townies, yes or no? Do you want Joe and Jane, yes or no? Do you want genetic infant faces, yes or no? Do you want genetically correct Sims? Do you want the recessive and dominant genes? Do you want restored ancestors? Do you want... The list goes on. Corrected zodiac signs. What else were people doing? I can't even remember at this point. So many things. Do you want ages to be changed, or do you want memories to be changed? Do you want the clones to be merged? It sounds like this has a lot of potential, but for me right now it's not there. I would rather just dig up what's right for the neighborhood I'm about to play at the time. So yeah, you tell me what your favorite clean templates are, and if you've found out about any new ones based on just these ones I've shown you. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more elsewhere. These are just some that I found to make my point. But I do think it's great for people that really are worried about touching their game files. This takes that stress away. For, you know, for some people they'll start talking about stealth hoods and they'll be like, what, go to this folder and rename this and download this and install this. It loses some people. So this is a great option, you know, if you don't want to risk making a mistake, don't want to go through any hassle, this will do it for you, and you should use some kind of clean template. They might not be the best out there for you, but it's better to have one than to not. Even though the corruption has been debunked and all that by the awesome April pack, that's not all what it's about. It's just about making things cleaner and make more sense and go more smoothly. Just because the corruption isn't gonna like explode your computer or make you say completely ruined, it doesn't mean the clean templates and other methods of prevention don't improve things. So I hope that did give you a good enough insight on to what this tool does without me actually showing you. I hope you understand why, and I hope you've found some other clean templates you might consider, because obviously you could always use this as a base and then go, actually there's a different Pleasant View I want, and then just take the one this program installs and install the one you want instead. You know, that there's no harm in doing that. You can just run this first and then do what you want from there. Yeah, let's move on. And the last thing for tools is I also just want to let you guys know that the awesome skin adjuster program I looked at last time and made a confused mess of has had a really great update. So when I was trying it and not getting it, I was trying to extract the textures from SimPE, but with version 2 it was actually relying on you extracting them from Body Shop, and that would make them in a BMP format. But actually the issue of doing it that way is that there is some quality loss. So what this V3 does is supports extraction via SimPE, and therefore the image files being in PNG format instead, and then having no quality loss. So that's more intuitive to me the way I'm doing it. But the creator has made a really great video, and I'm briefly showing you now. I can't explain it any better than this, so I just really highly recommend that you check this out. It's a really great tutorial and it explains it fantastically. But a thing to know is that to actually make a new custom skin tone, even if it's a blend of two existing ones, you still have to know the process of making a custom skin. I don't know that, so it's still not for me in that sense. However, if you just want to slightly adjust the colour of an existing custom skin tone, you just think it's a little bit too pale for your liking, a little bit too ashy or blue tinted or whatever it might be, you could make a really small adjustment with this tool and then overwrite it. That's accessible to anyone, you and me. Another thing I didn't understand, which is an important step, is that you need to extract every single skin file for it to work, which is a little bit tedious at first. You have to right click export on each image, as this tutorial shows you in SimPE. So obviously you've got to do that 33 times, which is a little bit tedious. But then what's cool is that every change you make applies immediately to all of them, so you only have to make the edits once, and it just automatically applies to the whole set. And then if you've made a little small change, you'd then just go in SimPE, import them, overwrite in the one you want to tweak slightly and build the DXT, and then you'd have a slightly modified skin tone, and anyone can do that. So that's really accessible for anyone. So I would bear that in mind, if I was looking at a skin thinking this is a bit pale, looks a little bit off to me, and I feel like I wouldn't need to go into really big detail in Photoshop or something to get it right. I'd just be making a really subtle change, then anyone could do that. But if you had an experience before with making custom skin tones or skin blends and found it tedious, then this program just really helps with that. It really makes it a lot smoother, easier and quicker. So I really hope some talented skin creators find this program, because it seems really helpful and has the fact that you can use it to make new blends by combining skins, and therefore you need to know how to make a new one or just to edit one slightly. That's something that people of various skills with various knowledge can do. So yeah, I do apologize for not understanding it the first time, but largely now with V3, the way I was attempting to do it was pretty much right now, and turns out just to be the better way of doing it, but other than actually needing all 33 files extracting first. So yeah, please just check that out if you've got any interest in making custom skin tones or editing one slightly, and give this tutorial a proper watch. Obviously not on speed 2 and muted. I have just watched it properly and it is fantastic, so I highly recommend you do the same. Alright, another new day of recording for me, hopefully my last day of recording now. And now we've just got some mod pages to go through. There's a lot of them that will be quite small and quick, but I'm going to start with this one that's pack of mods, so it's very big. By the way, I'm on my normal monitor's resolution now at 1440p. It looks like OBS has updated and now the canvas doesn't need to be 1080p. I always turn down my whole monitor to 1080p when we're in game so you can see the UI more clearly. But let me know if this looks okay for you, on web pages and things. So This mod is a pack of mini fixes by Lena. This creator's third one now. They've already got 2 great ones I highly recommend checking out, but this part 3 is new and it just fixes a whole bunch of stuff. Now I need to turn my VPN on. It sucks to be in the UK now. So yes, I literally need a VPN to be able to see images, because loads of companies are just pulling out of the UK because of the ridiculous crap that we've got going on. But anyway, if just knowing that this is a whole pack of fixes and that is enough for you to know, and you'll go and take your own time to look through the mod page, then use my timestamps to skip to the next section where we'll cover the rest of the mods I've got for you in much quicker succession. But if you like me to go through them, I'll go through them now, get comfy, get a cup of tea, and I'll talk you through them. So firstly, we've got a fix for the alien abduction memories if the various interactions are done through the debug menu, as far as I'm understanding. So I guess if you shift click on a telescope, there's an option to like force an abduction through one of these interactions. So that just fixes the memories that they would usually get for alien abductions through those interactions. There's ask for lessons fix, so off-lot sims no longer show up in the ask for lessons and offer lessons interaction on career objects. It makes sense, they need to be around to be able to have lessons. Asking to leave doesn't affect ghosts, so now when you use the ask to leave everyone or say goodbye to everyone interactions, ghosts won't disappear as well, because realistically you shouldn't just be able to say goodbye to someone else and that makes the ghosts go away as well. Ask to watch fix, the ask to watch interaction while playing video games no longer appears on universal NPCs. That's always dangerous to get universal NPCs involved in weird things, so you don't want to have the Grim Reaper watching your video games. Badge gain notification fix. In a modified game, when a sim gains a badge on a non-residential lot, you will not receive any notification about it. So if you get a badge in a dorm or a community lot, you might not even know about it. So this mod fixes it and you'll see that notification wherever your sim is. Be personal trainer interaction is no longer available on universal NPCs. Again, it's always good to not allow interactions with those sims. Better pizza serving. In a non-modified game, when a student sim brings pizza from campus, they usually drop it onto the ground in front of the house. With this mod, serving pizza is a bit smarter, so this will actually put the pizza on a free surface on the lot if available. BFF vampire can't be called during the day. In a modified game, when a sim has a BFF, they can call them even in the middle of the night. However, this feature also allows calling vampires during the daytime, which shouldn't be possible, so this mod fixes that. Bigfoot interaction fix. Bigfoot no longer tries to perform his autonomous interactions such as pranks on ghosts. Break debug fix fixes the break debug mode interaction on a sink so that a leaking water effect appears. Broken communal shower fix. In a modded game, when the communal shower from university is broken and sim tries to fix it but fails, the leaking water effect disappears immediately even if the shower is still broken. So with this mod, the effect will only be removed if the shower is actually fixed. Butler calls fix. This prevented the butler from calling the fire department when a tree burns during a storm and it rains, which results in your sim getting fines because the rain puts out the fire before the department arrives. And it includes changes from the Butler Controller fix by Chris Hatch and Butler Controller mod, so it'll be compatible with those. Cake cleaning fix. In the unmodified game, a sim can use a birthday cake or wedding cake if it's on a table surrounded by chairs, but when they try to clean the plate after the cake, they are suddenly unable to reach it and throw a rooting failure, and this is fixed. So now they'll still be able to clean the plate up even if the table it's on is surrounded by chairs. Cake grabbing fix. Vampire servers and plant sims will no longer automatically grab a plate of wedding cake or birthday cake since they don't need to eat. Call to eat fix. Ghosts no longer show up in the call to interaction on pet food. That's interesting. Composting in apartments fix. Landlords and other sims, while gardening and cleaning, will no longer try to throw trash in the compost bin located in another sim's apartment. This previously resulted in trash being thrown all around the ground in front of the apartment door. Now sims can only use a compost bin located in their own apartment or in the common area. In the unmodified game, there is a weird bug with the Contempo Pen Station side chair from the base game when the chair is placed together with the Frederick workstation desk from IKEA, and only with this one. And there is a wall to the right. The sim cannot sit on it. This mod fixes that, so that is a really specific scenario, but even so, one that shouldn't be bugged, so that fixes it. Crankshaft Barstool chair fix. So there's an existing chair mod that fixes Sims not being able to use some chairs placed diagonally. However, the mod is missing one chair, the crankshaft barstool by You Got Muscle from AL, so that fixes it. So yeah, you want this to update all of the vanilla chairs to be usable on a 45-degree angle, but if a custom chair isn't based on this code, then you will want to use an OMSP to rotate it instead. Dead flowers fix. In an unmodified game, when the flowers die and you reload the lot, the texture of the flowers will return to the healthy one, and sometimes healthy flowers have a wilted texture. So this mod is a background controller that constantly restores the correct texture of the flowers. It doesn't work on custom plant set. A death memory fix. Maxis intended that when a sim dies, Sims who witnessed it should get a memory about it. However, this does not happen due to an oversight, so this has been fixed now. Both Sims who are relatives of the deceased Sims and Sims who only witness the death receive memories. I could have sworn that I've noticed Sims getting memories for witnessing a death, but maybe not in all cases. A dog washing fix. In a mod game, when you try to wash the dog, it is often difficult or impossible to do so because the interaction cancels when the dog tries to approach the bathroom. Oh my god, yes, it's so frustrating! So frustrating. The only workaround is to move the bathtub and have the dog approach it perfectly from the front. This mod makes washing dogs a bit more successful. A side effect is that while routing to the bathtub, the dog can penetrate objects and Sims. Oh well. But thanks to this, the dog can now approach the bathtub from either side without problems. Thank goodness. That's a star of the show right now. Dress for campus fix. Students will change into the everyday outfit before performing the visit campus interaction. So not to be confused with the dress for class mod that can be used with it, but when dormies are just going to campus, not necessarily to class, they may still go in the jammies. So this mod will make sure that they don't do that. Fill one rat and dog pen food dish fix. This mod edits the interaction to fill the food dish on the wom rats and dog pens to use the same logic as for parrots. So instead of paying 10 simoleons each time you want to fill the bowl, the price will gradually increase as the food supply depletes, so you only have to pay for the missing food, not the whole bowl each time, even if it's not completely empty. Flower composting fix. In the modified game, when Sim dispose of dead flowers, they walk over, pick them up, go to the nearest garbage can with a trash bag in hand, but if you want to compost them, the Sim walks up, performs a picking up animation, and the flowers magically disappear instantly. With this mod, when composting, the Sims will actually route to the nearest compost bin and dump dead flowers. Is that just dead flowers? Because obviously I noticed that weirdness with composting the tomato plants earlier, doesn't it? I wonder if that could help that, but it does specifically say flowers, so I'm not sure. Frozen fountains fix. Fountains will no longer freeze in winter if they are inside a building, only for the Maxis ones though. Garden Club memories fix. Fixes the order of memories related to the Garden Club. If a Sim gets a Garden Club membership at the same time as the perfect garden score, the membership memory will be first, not the second as it is in the unmodified game, so that just makes more logical sense that you join before getting, your perfect garden rating. Headmaster age fix. In the unmodded game, there is a bug in the headmaster's character data that resets their age to adult every time they are initialized. This mod fixes this for newly generated headmasters, but it won't fix existing ones, but she guides you how to fix it manually. I have noticed that. I tried to manually age my townies and NPCs in Veronaville, and I was really surprised that the elder looking headmasters were actually adults, so there was some weirdness when I tried to age them up, and I think ultimately just had to kill them straight off because of that. But I guess if they're actually supposed to be elders, then they were probably due to die anyway. Headmaster tour fix. This mod prevents the... I wasn't too impressed with the tour. I was expecting to see a more suitable environment for the child. Notification from PM when the tour was ended prematurely just because the scenario had already reached 90 out of 90 points and was successfully finished before the tour had a chance to score any more points. Hobby chance card promotion fix. In an mod game, when a sim is promoted due to a hobby chance card while already at career level 10, the game throws an error and resets the sim, and this has been fixed. Now they can't get promoted if they are already at the top of the career. Hobby chance card fixes. Unfortunately, hobby chance cards in the modified game are broken as hell. In many cases, the result is you get something completely different from what the card actually says. For example, it might say your sim is going to gain enthusiasm, but it's actually a promotion. So this mod fixes all the results and now should work properly. The creator had to make some changes to one of the hobby chance card. It said your sims improved the grades, but in reality such a result was not even coded in the sim, and the sim got nothing. Adding such a thing to the code would be really complicated, so instead of actually adding in the grade improvement, they decided to change the reward to hobby enthusiasm gain or loss, which makes sense. Hydrobot root mod. The Hydrobot can now water inaccessible flowers. Inheritance fix. There is an oversight in how inheritances are calculated. Maxis intended the amount to be based on, what does IA mean? 5 types of relationships between the deceased and their heir, spouse, child, grandchild, love relationship and friend, but the code doesn't actually check the love flag. Instead, it counts all the relationships with the LTR above 75 as a love relationship. So with this fix, both 75 LTR and a love flag are required for a love relationship. I actually usually have inheritances disabled and prefer to manage the finances properly, so the actual amount of money they've got in the fund I divide in the remaining family members, but at least this makes the calculation a bit smarter, not just random. Instrument watch fix. The watch interaction which appears on while other sims are playing an instrument can no longer be performed on universal NPCs, again preventing universal NPCs being involved in things they shouldn't. Invisible sims after returning from work. In a modded game, when your sim is at level 10 of a law enforcement or natural science career and use a go to work interaction on them, they return the work invisible. So it fixes that. Invite household fix. When inviting a sim, the invite household interaction no longer appears if all the household members are already on the law. Little house lantern fix. There is a weird bug with the lighting of this lamp. When placed on the floor of a building, everything on the floor below becomes too bright. This mod fixes it by replacing the point light with one from another lamp. So as you can see, before it was on the roof here, but the floor inside was weirdly bright. And now after, it's actually the floor, the ceiling, the rooftop that it's on is being lit up and not the floor below. Max body skill memory from swimming fix. In a modded game, when a sim reaches level 10 of the body skill by swimming, they don't get the maximize the body skill memory, and this mod fixes that. The icon for the memory differs depending on whether the sim was swimming in a pool or an ocean. Interesting. I actually once had an issue of a sim gaining the body skill really fast, like from, you know, just a couple points to maximizing it from swimming, even though I had they had studied physiology, but even though I was using the physiology fix mod, it still happened, so that was weird. Never got to the bottom of that. Mr. Big, Diva, and Slob fix. So these are special downtown characters. So in the modded game, when they are added to the family and reach a maximum hobby enthusiasm, the game throws an error and the sim doesn't get a memory or a diploma, and this is fixed now. Munchiebot dirty dishes fix. When the Munchiebot breaks down, it leaves dirty dishes everywhere, but there's a bug. These dishes can't be cleaned. You can't click on them and you can't even delete them in buy mode with it move objects on. I did not know that. So that fixes that. No calls from vampires during the day. Vampires no longer calls your sims during the day because realistically they would be asleep. And it carries forward changes from phone calls fixed by Chris Hatch. There's so many Chris Hatch ones that I'm not aware of and I need to be, because some are really like hidden gems. No do chores on community lots. No do chores mod is an existing mod, which prevents servers from autonomously doing chores on community lots. However, it also prevents servers doing chores on your family's business lot where you might actually want them to work. So this is a fixed version of that mod. Fantastic. Obedience trainer fix. In a mod game, it's sometimes really hard to get the obedience trainer actually teach pets the commands because the pet goes off to do other things and the trainer doesn't get a chance to start the interaction. So with this mod, the teaching commands interaction has maximum priority, so the obedience trainer will be a little bit more effective. Off-wheel loiterers can't spread diseases. Sims can no longer contract diseases by talking to a sick sim on the phone. Yes, now phones will not transmit diseases. Own 5 top-level businesses lifetime want fix. The way that 5 top-level businesses lifetime want works is that it counts Sims' memories of achieving a top-rank business. The problem with that is that in an unmodified game, if a business reaches top level, then drops to level 9 and rises to 10 again, the Sim gets the memory again. This means the want can be fulfilled by just repeatedly lowering and raising the same business. So this mod ensures a sim will only ever receive 1 memory per business. I am all for repeatable memories, but I agree that this one should be unique and not repeatable. I actually edit this lifetime want to make it just 2 top level businesses, because I don't know about you, but 5 just seems like too much. Let me know what you think about that. Pee on bush routing fix. Pets no longer get stuck in an endless loop trying to use a bush they can't reach. Now if a bush is inaccessible, pets will get as close as possible and just pee there. It only does anything if you have the use bush enabled mod, which I would recommend. Pet death memory fix. Pets no longer receive memories of their own death. Pet retirement fix. In a modded game, when a sim calls for the pet to quit its job or retire while it's at work, the pet returns at midnight and gets a memory of being fired. Now the pet job actions are disabled while the pet is at work. Plant sim fix. A plant sim fix by JFade. Again, an updated one of theirs. And some real hidden gems on this website, by the way. It's not one that a lot of people know of. Some are still worth having. But in this version, a check's been added for butlers and made the mod compatible with Sidron's plant sim fix. So when a sim is cured of plant simism, they won't be able to turn into a plant sim again immediately. Now this mod also prevents NPCs from becoming vampires and werewolves. Okay. Plant sim witch hat fix. When a plant sim becomes a witch, they gain a witch hat over their plant sim hair. These hairs have 2 versions, green and wilted, with the wilted version intended for plant sims deprived of sunlight. However, for plant sim witches, the hair never changes, and the default hair for male evil, female neutral, and female good witches is the wilted version. So they're just stuck forever with wilted hair instead of the healthy green one. Unfortunately, I have no idea how to fix this, so my mod is not exactly a fix, but just a workaround for the problem. They replace the texture of the plant sim witch's wilted hair with the green one, so this means that they'll have green hair when it should be wilted, but at least it will be correct most of the time, because usually your plant sim's not wilted, so it's better than nothing. But I wonder, maybe it's a cool idea if actually evil sims maybe kept the wilted look. I don't know. But yeah, I do agree that it's better to be in the correct state most of the time if we have to choose one. Play Marco Polo fix. The Ask Sim to play Marco Polo interaction is no longer on universal NPCs. Poison Ivy and Vomit server fix. Servers can no longer vomit or scratch as a result of Poison Ivy, because yes, with what skin? Police party breakup fix. When cops break up a party, they will wait for all Sims to leave the lot. However, they also wait for ghosts, which of course can't leave, meaning cops will wait until morning. So this has been fixed so the cops ignore the ghosts. Relative got joint union memory fix. In a mod game, when a sim with a romance inspiration joins union with the same sex sim, their relatives receive a memory of a completely random sim from the neighborhood joining union, not the correct one. This mod fixes that. I imagine this isn't necessary if you use the mod that replaces joint unions with marriages. Room service fix. The hotel room service fix. This is another existing mod. It was supposed to fix food from disappearing from a bellhop's hand. However, the way this mod works is that the bellhop won't carry the food into the room. He'll put it on the floor next to the reception desk where all the town is going to eat it before your sim has even had a chance to taste it. The real source of the problem was that the bellhop couldn't enter the hotel rooms if the doors were locked. So this adds an exception for bellhops, and now they can enter locked rooms to deliver food properly. So yeah, you'll want to get this one and not the old mod. A salon chair fix. There are some problems with how salon chairs work. When a sim is browsing the salon chair and the browse bar gets filled, and that moment you interrupt that sim with another interaction, the action cancels, forcing them to start over. And even if the action succeeds, if the chair is currently in use or another sim is blocking the way, they won't wait and the interaction cancels entirely. So the mod fixes the issues, and now the interaction cannot be interrupted by the player or the sims, making the stylist business much more efficient. This is probably my favourite on the list. I've had gone through these. Santa fix. Have you ever wondered why Santa Claus, after leaving presents, all he does is occupy the toilet and laugh maniacally? That's because he's completely broken. Apparently Maxis intended Santa to have 5 possible interactions to perform. Hug friendly, A random sim on the lot. Tickle a toddler. Talk to a toddler. Use a toilet. Then do a ho ho ho. But in practice, only the last 2 interactions work because the rest is broken. And that's because Maxis wrote the code in an unupdated code before nightlife. I don't need the techie explanation right now. Blah blah blah. So it means that at the time the stuff pack released, it was already broken and Max never updated it. This mod fixes all these issues, but now you can enjoy Santa performing interactions you've never seen before. He still uses the toilet a little too often, but at least it's not as bad as before. Thank goodness it was literally on my wish list of mods to stop Santa constantly using the toilet, because in my game that's all he ever did. He would literally just repeatedly, back to back, pee in the toilet until sunrise. This is fantastic. Sell painting fix. Now Sims can't get a memory and fulfill the one about selling a masterpiece if they're not the painting's authors. Sell pet fix. Now Sims can't sell a pet to townies and NPCs as they have no family. Fair enough, that's just like essentially deleting your pet, which is weird. You're better actually putting them up for adoption. Servo tent sleeping fix. Servers can now sleep in tents and restore energy motive that way. Could Servo sleep in bed? I'd never let my servo sleep. I just had them like power down by the mailbox. Sneak out fix. There's a bug that occurs if a team asks the gypsy matchmaker for a date and then calls to sneak out of the house. The dialogue for choosing who to sneak out with shows all the Sims in the neighborhood instead of only those the team knows as it should be, and that's been fixed. Spell fix, witches can no longer cast spells on universal NPCs and ghosts. The only spell available on ghosts is Expello Semi. Stinky dogs fix. In the unmodded game, dogs often stink even if their hygiene bar is full, so this will remove the smell emitter automatically when the dog is washed. A toddler bowl mush fix. Eat and store leftover interactions will no longer appear for adults on a toddler mush bowl, and it's compatible with similar 90s restaurant food bar drink fix. Townies attending parties fix. In a mod game, if you invite down townies or social group townies to a party, they will never show up. The message missing some of your party guests appears on the screen. This has been fixed. I didn't know that. Vampire work and school motives fix. In a modded game, when a vampire goes to work or school, their needs decrease the same way as for a normal sim. With this mod, the vampire's needs remain static, just like at night. If you have mods that affect vampire motives, the needs will behave as they do at night. Oh. Why would the needs be static if they're out in the day? Don't really get that one. I feel like it should be dependent on whether they're at work in the day or night or not. The needs shouldn't be static if it's in the day. I don't know, I don't play with vampires, I don't care that much. Watch weddings fix. NPCs and random Sims passing by will no longer be pushed to watch the wedding interaction. That's good. Wedding cakes interaction order fix. This mod changes the order of interactions on wedding cake pie menu and makes the grab plate interaction appear before cleanup, just like on any other food in the game. So you might have some muscle memory when you go to click on the wedding cake and, press the wrong interaction. A green gypsy fix. This gypsy clothing from the store was originally catalogued as in the athletic category, which annoyed me, so I recategorized it. Now it's only under the normal category. Stereo egg fix. There's an updated stereo from the store to apartment life. Broke 2 of the recolors, so now this mod replaces the recolors. Wants and fears fixes. Most of these mods were originally part of WF Sanity, Wants and Fears Sanity by Pescado. I didn't want the whole mod, so I just took only the actual fixes and made them separate files. Yes, this mod is very problematic. I used to have it. I don't anymore, but if you do, I would recommend not having it because it says it makes wants and fears more logical, but sometimes I think they're a bit too restrictive. For example, it stops the want to ice skate or roller rink unless an ice skating rink is on the lot. Now, why would you ever send your sim to a lot with those facilities if they never want that? That's how I play anyway. So I do think it goes over. Yeah, look, skating no longer valid unless a skating rink is actually present. Well, how do you have any incentive to send them anywhere to do that then? So it was really harsh and restrictive. But this extracts some ones that are actually realistic fixes. So be enemies want fix. Sims can't roll a want to be enemies with toddlers or babies, and each one breaks down the difference between Lena's version and the Wants and Fears Sanity version. Death of a Sim want fix. Sims can't roll a fear about the death of toddlers or babies as they can't die. Fixed a bug where young adults could roll a want to enter a career track. I guess you wouldn't want that if you use Lamar's mod where young adults can get a job and I think want jobs. So yeah, invite over want fix. So to be able to want to invite a sim over in this version, the target needs to be alive. Target is neither on the lot nor scheduled to arrive. The target is a child or older. The target is not part of the wanter's household. The wanter is not in a vacation neighborhood, and the wanter is on the lot, and the wanter is a member of the current household. Sims can't roll job related wants while on vacation. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because obviously they could still roll wants to build skills because of the promotions, but not specifically like go to work or something. So I feel like they could still want to get a promotion while on vacation though. You know, like I'm thinking if my Sims had gone to a cabin and they rolled the want to get a promotion, I'd kind of read that as they want some time to be able to work on the skills, you know, maybe make some new friends. So that's a bit of a shame, but I just think maybe like go to work or stay home from work or miss the carpool, and that obviously should be part of that. But if it's like promotion, then I feel like that's a bit of a shame for me. But I'm not sure whether it does or not. Sims can't roll school related wants whilst on vacation. Yep, absolutely. See ghost want fix. Sims can't roll a want to see the ghost of toddlers or babies. Offer pet for adoption fix. Sims can't roll a want to offer spectral cats for adoption. Plant Sim server food want fix. Plant Sims and servers can't roll a want to eat as they don't need food. And now there's some add-ons that you can download separately. So all of these are in one archive and you can pick and choose what you want. But then there's another archive with some add-ons. So this is an add-on for the antibodies after sickness mod, which is a great mod I use. So Sims are less likely to catch a disease after just being ill. And this is an add-on. So Sims will also receive antibodies after the Remedicimais switch spell. Bring real friends. Sometimes when you invite a sim over, they ask if their friend can come too, but usually it's just a random townie with an STR greater than -25. With this mod, the STR value required is 50, so it is actually a friend. I think this mod is included as part of a bigger one. Yeah, bring real friends. If you've got the phone hack mod, which I do recommend everyone have, but make sure you have it kind of loading early. That's a big mod with lots of things. Then you don't need this mod. Call supernaturals at night. So this is an existing mod by Midge that lets you call plant sims, werewolves and servos and witches at night. However, it allows calling vampires during the day, which I personally don't like, so this version is without that change. This version makes more sense to me too. Chinese food fix. In your mod game, when a sim eats Chinese food, their fitness decreases whether they overeat or not. With this food, fitness only decrease if they overeat, which is ridiculous. I don't care if it's technically intended behavior. It's stupid. Grade memories are unique. Memories about school grades are now unique instead of repeatable. I don't like that. I feel like if your grades drop, but if you get them back up, that's a significant enough thing to remember personally. Grand vampires fix. Grand vampires who are not part of the family will no longer try to autonomously bite sims. Marry rich sim. Memory fix. Moving assets Lamar. So this moving assets fix and improved by Lamar, which I highly recommend. It fixes many issues with how assets are calculated. However, it doesn't affect memories and wants about marrying a rich sim. So for example, if your sim's spouse's family has 100,000 simoleons and you decide that they will bring 5,000 to the new family, your sim won't get a memory because the code determines whether the sim is rich. Calculates assets still the old way, which is 10% of the family fortune. So in this case, just 10,000, which is below the 50,000 rich threshold. So this mod works together with that mod, and you choose which the one that works right for the version of move-in assets you've got. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No age reset after resurrection. When a sim is resurrected, their age will no longer be reset to the beginning of an age group, except if a sim is an elder. Completely understandable, you know, if a sim dies halfway through adulthood, why would they be resurrected at the start of adulthood? They should be the same age as when they died. Occult memories are repeatable. Memories of changing into or curing an occult life state are now repeatable. So for example, if a sim is cured of vampirism and later becomes a vampire again, they will get the memory. Werewolves are excluded, making the memory repeatable, causes it to trigger every night after transformation. Random memory fixes now are repeatable instead of unique. I really like repeatable memories. I've made quite a few myself. Sneak out memory for both sim. With this mod, when a teen sneaks out, they both get the sneak out memory, not just the active household one. Sneak out memory unique per sim. In a mod game, a team can only get a memory sneaking out once in their life with this mod, it's unique for each memory they sneak out with. I guess that will conflict with I've made it repeatable, so it will conflict with that, and I don't think I am in this conflict information table, so I should probably let the author know about that. Werewolf body skill memory. With this mod, when a werewolf reaches level 10 due to the daily transformation, they will receive the maximized body skill memory. Don't like that. That's not a fan of that idea. Woohoo attenuation fix. This mod was originally part of Romantic Standards, Symbol and Eyes. I don't know about Veggie trees, which is one I use, but this mod makes it separate in case you don't want to use the whole Romantic Standard. So with this, what this mod does is that the attenuation value of the bed / hot tub woohoo / try for baby is now set to 12, like the rest of the woohoo try for baby interactions, instead of 25 out of 20. You'll no longer be caught cheating for woohooing in another room at the end of the other lot. So yeah, and then there's a load of conflict information. A lot of it's been made compatible with other mods. So yeah, that is a fantastic set of mods. I would recommend the vast majority of these, but yeah, you can just pick and choose which ones are right for you. So you've got all the fixes in this one, the add-ons in this one, and you can pick and choose what you want out of those. But then if you have any of the conflicting mods and there's a compatible version, you'll just want to grab these and overwrite the main mod. Next, we have a kind of similar mini mod pack, but nowhere near as big this time. So this one just renames the mystery sim name to unknown sim, if you prefer that. A Bigfoot hair hider. So now you can't randomize sims in Body Shop to have Bigfoot hair. Change appearance hider. This is really interesting. So the idea here is that the creator loves having to buy clothes to wear them, and Open for Business came with the makeover station, but it's not that immersive for playable sims since they can just simply use the mirror whenever they like. So this mod hides the interaction on regular mirrors other than vanity desks from child to elder, so you have another reason to go outside and touch some grass. Toddlers and pets can still change their appearance in a mirror. They can't in a makeover station. I think that is a really interesting idea, you know. I quite like it because I use the Gussy Up mod and that has a change appearance option in there. So I could just use that if I wanted to change, if I actually really wanted to change their appearance there and then. But if I'm like, oh, they should get a new hairstyle, then maybe I should go to a salon. That's an interesting concept. Recategorize NPC stuff. Apparently this is meant to be used with Fano's Great Clothing Migration, which puts a lot of stuff in outerwear. I don't like them seeing these bare-legged dresses in the outerwear though. Santa portrait fix. Santa's really getting fixed up today. A replacement for Santa Claus's portrait so he looks more like himself and not like the therapist in disguise. He appears in the memory panel of Sims who interact with them, and his photo looks really weird there. So now it updates the portrait so he actually looks as he does in person. An unhidden FreeTime matchmaker outfit clone. So I think it just unhides the original matchmaker outfit, I guess. Deadly flies. Death by flies is so rare it's not even a hazard. We looked at one that addressed that last time with the bees. In a mod game, sim has a 2% probability of dying by flies after 10 fly spots are present on the lot. Not even a sim with a 0 neat points gets to this point easily. I set it to 25% after 5 spots. Death by flies is still rare because of the way the game determines when they can die this way. More plant sims. Despite the name, this mod can be used with side jobs for fewer plant sim and plant sim fix. That would give you a pretty interesting formula. It takes 10 sprays instead of 15 to have a 10% chance of being turned from this mod, but if you use it with side jobs, the game can now remember your spray count after leaving the lot or closing the game, and the spray count is reduced every day after being turned. Okay, so if you like the sound of any of those, grab them from here. Few more pages to go through. This one's Sensible Shrub / Weed Growth by Nopke. Quite notably, it introduces 3 growth states in the gradual growth portion of it, but it also improves the logic of how shrubs and weeds grow. So for example, weeds can't spot outside if at least one of the following conditions is met. It's winter, the temperature is below -30, the weeds would be covered in snow. But weeds can spawn new weeds more successfully. So yeah, this is just going to make the way weeds and shrubs grow a lot more sensible. The weed growth stages look a lot better too. We've got baby/toddler baby autonomy fixes. I have used this mod for a long time. It used to be in their unpublished section on their Tumblr, so now it seems like it's been finished and shared here. So it just restricts Sims trying to autonomously bath a baby or toddler for a lot of realistic situations, like a toddler's being carried by someone else, the diaper's dirty, lots of things. Sims can no longer autonomously try to bathe the toddler whose hygiene need level is above -20. Oh, and there's also a portion by nannies specifically. So if you want just the bathing around toddlers and babies to be a lot more sensible and a lot less annoying, then you will want this mod. It's become one of those, like, I barely know it's a mod anymore, but now my Sims don't obsessively try and bath their toddler, and they will see, you know, a dirty diaper as they need to change the diaper, not bath them. Miss Crumple Bottom fixes also by Notkey. Fixes some romance checks, so now she can recognise when Sims perform romantic interactions, but she can't predict when they're about to do a romantic interaction. If the Sim initiates romantic interaction, Miss Crumplebottom will only smack the Sim who initiated, not the one who rejected it. If Miss Crumplebottom decides to smack a Sim, that Sim's interaction queue is no longer cleared. Smacking interaction is now categorised as mean. Yeah, that's fair enough. Getting smacked will significantly decrease a dazed score, but she will no longer lecture a Sim for being naked or wearing underwear or swimwear if that Sim is in a different room or if this Sim is performing an interaction. And then last line by Nopkey, we've got inconsistent fatness fix. So apparently in an unmodded game, certain interactions can temporarily make a fat Sim appear not fat or only partly fat, depending on what they are wearing. It stays in effect until the Sim changes their outfit or body shape. So you'll no longer have this weirdness going on. If they're performing a certain interaction, like grabbing a pizza clearly, and they're fat, that won't make them temporarily look brokenly fat. They'll just be their normal, correct fat selves. Lena's got a few more mods. One is longer names, titles, and descriptions. So now you can have much longer neighborhood names, much longer lot names, much longer novel titles and novel descriptions, craftable item descriptions, which is great. You know, why be restricted when you can be unrestricted? And Lena has also made the mod for no body skill and weight loss from swimming. I'm not sure why you'd want that, to be honest, because swimming is exercise, but if you do, it's there. There's this interesting mod by Sun and Moon that I couldn't show you because it is very kind of dependent on having the whole kind of Sun and Moon system, and while I get that can really like increase the functionality and complexity and immersion of the mods, it does frustrate me about these kinds of mods because you can't just have one feature of it. You have to have the whole ecosystem, and sometimes you don't want that. For example, I like the sound of some of the stuff, but like it'll be dependent on having like the butchering mods and stuff, and obviously as a vegetarian I wouldn't want that, so it really puts me off. But anyway, yeah, it like really requires a lot of Sun and Moon other stuff. Like look. These are all requirements. Every single one of these is required. But likely if you do have a medieval hood, you may well already have all of these, and therefore this is for you. But this is a little bit like the go out for tea concept. It's this item, this like a tree with a little portal type thing with different zones, and you can go in the zone to like go to the forest or go to the lake, and they'll do certain Sun and Moon interactions like getting things from trees and the custom berry bushes and wild mushrooms and firewood. They can get stuff from their gone fishing set if they go to the river and the ocean, or the enchanted forest pathway, and they can get items used in tea crafting, potion crafting, medicine making, and sources of more rare or magical and fantastical items. So yeah, if you've got like a medieval fantasy hood, this sounds like a great addition. I wish it could be, you know, a bit more vanilla functional with some of the features optional, but there we go. We've got a UI replacement in the style of Sims 1, which is really cool. You know, it's still early, but if you want your UI to look more like Sims 1, get this. We have some loading screens default replacements, just very minimalistic style. Oh, and you know, I mentioned this Clean Purist Veronaville. It actually did get released on Mod The Sims with the optional extras. So it has got all of the genetic baby faces, the heterozygous, and the fixed astrological signs if you want them. I wonder if this version fixes the scripted events, because that's also a thing with Veronaville. By default, I think just with Meet Me Through the Rivers, the scripted events are broken, so you need a different version or to do it yourself if you want those to work. Oh yeah, and it does fix the scripted events, this one as well. So I just wanted to let you know that, because obviously I said it was still like early days on the Tumblr, but no, it's here actually. We've got balanced lifespan and 7-day seasons. I've always used 7-day seasons, either one I downloaded or tweaked, but now there's lifespan that's supposed to complement that. So it's babies 3 days, toddler 5 days, children 7 days, teens 11 days, adults 30 days, and elders have a minimum of 8 days and a maximum of 10 days. And we've got this long lifespan and event duration mods for story progression, which is 4 different mods. I don't use story progression, so this is this person's age mod. Babies have 4 days, toddlers have 7 days, children have 15 days, teens 21, adults 50, else 15 to 20. Dates will be longer, parties will be longer, and pregnancies will last 5 days. Oof. Longer till showing, optional version of that as well. So apparently that complements the story progression mod somehow. I don't know how, because I don't use it. Some mods from Heathen Simmer. Now edited paranormal career, adjusted motor skills, PCO is adjusted, so it's just 15 points at shift, so it changes that. Chance cards are rewritten for levels 1 to 10. I need more information than this, to be honest. We've got a trait mod for adventurous sims, so you can have the go on vacation one only role for adventurous sims or sims into travel. And also a new mod which affects a global group for learning to teleport from the ninja in the Far East vacation world. So adventurous sims have a better chance at getting the right answer to be able to learn to teleport rather than just 50-50. That's very cool. Another one for adventurous. Oh, is this just an update of the old one? Heathen Simmer loses me sometimes with the posts. Okay, it's now not compatible with Castrellin's version of Once Fierce Sanity. I should probably mention that when we're looking at the mini fixes. Castrellin released like a toned down version of Once Fierce Sanity, which is actually reasonable, but still I would probably just look at the fixes from Lena. I'll see about that. So, adventurous sims or sims who have a high enough interest in travel can only roll the once still. So yes, I guess this is an update actually. But it's a bit more specific. So what type of vacation they will roll? Sims who want to go on a Far East vacation, Sims with the disciplined or proper trait, Sims with a high enough interest in culture and high enough interest in one of the following: sci-fi, health or sports, Sims with a high enough hobby enthusiasm or one true hobby in fitness or arts. Sims who want to go on an island vacation, Sims who are not vampires, fair enough. Sims with the love to swim, love to heat, or the evil trait of for the Budo doll. Okay. Sims with a high enough interest in entertainment and a high enough interest in one of the following: food, paranormal or sport. Sims with a high enough hobby enthusiasm or one true hobby in music, games or sports. Sims who want to go on a mountain vacation. Sims who love the outdoors, are brave, a supernatural fan, frugal or eco-friendly. Sims with a high enough interest in paranormal, animals, environment or weather. Sims with high enough hobby enthusiasm or one true hobby in nature. I like the concept, but I'm not sure I agree with all of the checks. I do think it's an interesting thought though to, you know, make it a little bit smarter of like which holiday a sim want. I always try to like assess, you know, if they just generically want to go on vacation. I try to think or buy a vacation home. It's like, what is this sim like? And sometimes it can be hard to come up with reasoning, and I think a lot of these are very good reasons. Some of them, like, why sci-fi for Far East? Some of them aren't quite connecting for me, but I think it's a cool concept. They've also made show off want sanity, so now children can show off a headstand somersault or cartwheel to other sims, and because it shows up in the play menu, it will satisfy the play with the sim want. We've got a trait mod for clumsy traits. Should make Sims have more logic when they skate as to whether or not they fall down. Clumsy Sims have a new constant that functions as a random chance, a greater chance for them to fall while skating. If a Sim is not clumsy, it checks for low, mid or high body skill to determine when they fall down. That makes a lot of sense. Clean up interest magazines. I could have shown you that earlier, but there's not much to show. Basically, if your Sim buys a interest magazine, like I did have the twins do, and then thought it was actually for the hobby magazine, so never bothered showing you. And now the interaction to clean them up is actually available, so they don't just clog surfaces throughout. We've got ideal careers / skills for Sidron's revised majors. I don't use this mod personally. I have my own kind of majors mod, which I might revisit. But if you've liked the idea of Sidron's revised majors, you might want to look at this person's take on it. So now the ideal careers are changed based on Sidron's alterations. The ideal skills are changed based on his alterations. So yeah, if you want to make it like more sense of as a package, it sounds, because I think I did think that like it changes some of the majors completely to something else, but then the careers linked to it and skills haven't been changed. So I guess that just tries to make it more logical. Custom communal showers, a tiny mod that makes all custom showers cloned from the university communal shower work as well. Communal shower. So now, yeah, Sims will actually be happy to shower next to each other if it's a communal shower, and any CC shower that is cloned from it will behave as such. Maxis recliners fixed to allow diagonals. Apparently there's just a few Maxis recliners that don't work diagonally, so this mod fixes them. Fewer social class townies. So apartment life generates 50 social class townies regardless of any apartment presence or previous townie's existence. This mod caps them to only 5, one of each kind. So now they're just like unique special NPCs. So it's like, oh wow, there's the socialite. That's kind of a cool concept. Yeah. So if you want some social group townies, but not as many as there are by default, then this would be for you. Lamar's trash can fixes. Once the trash goes into a custom garbage bin, it never goes out. So any custom trash bin never had like an empty state again once it had trash in it, and this fixes it so they will actually look empty again once they get emptied. We've got an kind of update add-on to Lamar's fantastic supplies mod with a load more stuff, and these are edited objects of other kind of CC decor items. They like overwrite those. Mostly they're not as intelligent as the ones in the base mod. They don't have empty states for the most part, but they will, you know, technically function the same. So we've got all of these really nice things, so lots more options to decorate your bathrooms and kitchens and things with. So if you're using any of them before, they'll now be updated with the functionality. But there's a couple by some other creators that are proper object. I don't know if that just means it's new or it has an empty state, but this is toothpaste by txtr, and then Platinum Aspiration made these two which do have empty states. So as you can see, most of these are just, you know, will always look like this, but we've got txtr toothpaste here, and this caddy and this caddy do have empty states, so they're really nice add-ons. There's an update to Lamar's sofa beds and chair mods with a lot more options now. So rather than the just one sofa that can be made a pull-out bed, there's more. An issue has been fixed with Sims complaining about the bed being in the way when it's folded. Fixed a text bug with toggle autonomy string. And it fixed something I don't understand. Made the fold and interaction autonomous depending on neatness. So yeah, if you were using that mod or like the sound of it before but didn't particularly want the specific sofa it had, check this out because it's now got some updates. There's also an update for Lamar's work in progress mod that started a really long time ago, I think in 2017, and I have at least partially used it for quite a long time. I have used this electric box before, and now there's an update. So this is all I'm going to say. If you have been using it, to make you aware of an update. If you've never used it, to make you aware of its existence. However, it's still in like early access, so we will look at it properly when Lamar is finished and it is officially released, and they reckon that's not going to be long, so look forward to a proper look at that because it's awesome. And lastly, another update. Well, it's not an update because it's like a different version of a mod we've looked at before. So Gummy updated Boiling Oil's dorm key keys to dorm doors mod, so your university students can give out keys to their dorm room so other Sims can unlock them and go inside. A while back, Gummy updated it so it would work with dorms placed on diagonals, but now there's this new version that allows you to give pets keys. So if you use a mod that lets you have pets in university, then you might want this version of it. So just wanted to let you know that. At last, that is everything I have found for you this time. There was a lot again. Thank you to those who are still here. I really appreciate you. Remember to leave a like and comment which mods you'll be added to your downloads folder. And a huge thank you to all those who support me. I really appreciate my subscribers, those of you who always leave a lovely comment, and anyone who supports me financially. If you would be interested in becoming a patron, please let me know what you'd like to see in return. I'd love to get a bit of a give and take thing going on. I've always thought once I got into the swing of modding during rebuilding my downloads folder that I'd share my original mods in early access on Patreon. So not like the ones I've shown you today, so edits and add-ons of existing mods would still be available for everyone straight away. But I'd love to get a bit of a focus group going on with those who'd be interested in testing my mods early and give me feedback before public release. However, I kind of worry that some of the Tumblr community would come for me with pitchforks, so I'm not sure about that. Let me know what you think of that and if you have any other ideas. You can also passively slightly support me financially just by using my affiliate link to buy your games and DLC unloaded, which was formerly CD keys, and I'll get a small commission at no extra cost to you. The link is always in the description, so thank you if you do. Also in the description, remember to click the link to my website post so you can easily find all the links to the mods shown here. It's a long list, but there's a description of each to jog your memory on what's what. These videos are often getting really long, perhaps too long to be sustainable. I'm sorry if you find them too long. Feel free to give me feedback on the right length for you and what you like to see in here and what you don't. I'll probably continue with largely the same format just to wrap up the year after Q4 and also do a best of 2025 video. However, whilst I do want to keep this series going in 2026, I'm considering changing the format a bit. Perhaps a shorter best of the quarter video with the mods with the most features and biggest effect on gameplay. However, they are usually the better known ones, and I imagine many of you come here to find smaller mods that might have slipped under the radar. So I might also do a quarterly hidden gems video for the smaller new mods and also all ones that I newly discover. You know, I feel like I know about a lot of mods at this point, so if I discover any that I wasn't already aware of, chances are you weren't too. So that could be an opportunity to bring some light on to oldies but goldies too. I'd probably switch to only covering mods I have at least some degree of interest in adding to my game, which to be honest are like 90% of the mods each time, because I do go into them with an open mind and try them for myself before deciding whether they're for me or not. There's actually very few I instantly know just from reading the title and description that I'd have no interest in it. But even if it's just a few, it might be time to save some time and let those ones go. So let me know what you think of that. So instead of one very long video, two shorter but never short videos instead. Future me, new idea. What if I still list everything on my website page that I find, but don't cover everything in the video, just kind of the highlights on a shorter video, but you can still go to the list on my website to look at everything I found. Let me know what you think of that one. Let's figure out how this series is going to look in 2026 together. But anyway, sorry for rambling even more after a long rambly video. In the meantime, join my Discord to chat, and otherwise I'll see you in the next one. Bye guys!